Now wait a goddamn second, Hectic. What the fuck? What the fuck? Happy Monday, guys. Welcome in. How was your day going? How was your weekend? Chat, I have something I need to show you. Don't worry, it's not too exciting. And we're 3D today. And the fishing game is down there, I promise you. I promise you the fishing game is open. See? I told you. I don't lie. No, wait, I take that back. I do lie. I don't spread misinformation. I just lie. I do it for the love of the game. No, I'm kidding. All right, hold on. I think my tracking has drifted just since I set it up. Okay, that's a little bit better. Really quick, though, the thing I was trying to grab, I need... where is it? I wanted to show y'all what happened... When was this? I think it was Saturday night. That's what day it was. It was Saturday night. But... Let me see if I can find it. I found it. And then... Okay. I don't think I posted it in my Discord, unfortunately. I did post it on Twitter. The Barker is Mix It Up, by the way. Huh? The Barker in Discord? Yeah, wait, it's not? Oh, goodness, it's not. Oh, shit. I was gonna say, it's the Barker in Discord. Unfortunately, I did not make a separate account so that I could have a separate bot for Mix It Up. Instead, it's just me. It's just me. It's because Mix It Up isn't open or retained. I'm working on it. Don't worry, though. I will still give you... Let me find it really quick. I will get you your Armstrong.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Okay, chat. Do you want to see the little friend I made Saturday night? Really quickly. Really quickly. Go over here. Hi. Also, I need to actually really quick. That's not better. Hold on. That's better. That's more like it. There's my buddy. That's a buddy I made. And by made, I mean I found him in traffic. This little dude was frolicking in downtown traffic at like 5, I think. Possum, yeah, it's baby Possum. Here's another angle of him. This is the picture I took as soon as I got to the animal rescue. Just before I dropped him off. Yeah, he's a possum. He's just a little guy. He was so small, but he was very pissy, as you can tell. The thing too is like a lot of people looked at this picture and were like, oh, he's cuddling your foot. No, he is not. He is absolutely terrified because people are walking by and he's like hissing at them. But I'm standing here like this because the curb is right behind me and he kept backing up. So I stood between him and the curb and he just decided to get up against my shoe was the best spot for him. At one point, he tried to go up and over the shoe and got stuck in my shoelaces, which was very funny. It was very funny. What do you mean being innocent? Define innocent. It's a baby possum. What was I supposed to do with them? The weird thing was, though, is there was people that were actually concerned that, like, I wasn't going to take him to a rescue. They, like, one lady, like, put her hand on my shoulder and was like, you're going to take him to a rescue? I was like, yeah, of course I'm going to take him to a rescue. What do you think I'm going to do with him? Y'all are just beyond freaks. Yeah. But he's very cute. The funny thing too was the old couple, the lady from the old couple, like ran inside because we were right next to like a food hall, and she goes in and she's trying to find like a box to put the possum in, and all she could get was what looked like this is an Amazon box. And the funny thing was, off one end of the tape was still like hanging. Fricassee, what? But the tape was still hanging off. So it was like whoever was working at the restaurant just like tore the Amazon box open and gave her the Amazon box after just like dumping everything out of it. Side-eyeing married. You're not going to like eat it. What? There's nothing to eat. Listen, I was the one who picked up this possum out of traffic. I really just like one-handed yoinked him out of traffic and ran him to a curb. And then the other time I touched him was to get him into the box. And when I was dropping him off at the animal rescue, the guy wasn't there at the time. So I just kind of like tilted the box over and kind of shook him out of the box. But as soon as he was in the box and closed in, he calmed down almost instantly. I kind of watched him for a minute. He stopped hissing at me and kind of started walking around. Yeah, it's a possum. This is a possum that I found Saturday night, downtown, on a sidewalk. In a modern city that for some reason still uses wood spacers on the sidewalk. I did not realize that until just now. Imagine if he was, what was in the box in the movie 7? What? Yeah, the thing was too, is apparently prom was happening. So there was like a bunch of teenagers just around in suits and dresses. And the reason I noticed him was because I was leaving the place I was eating. And there was a whole bunch of teenagers all dressed for prom taking pictures of him in the crosswalk. Well, like one of them was like, had his feet like in a V shape and was just kind of trying to shuffle him to the sidewalk. And he wasn't moving at all. Like he just didn't want to budge. He was trying to go the opposite direction. And I was like, oh God, hold on. And I just reached down and yoinked him up and ran him to the sidewalk. But it worked out. It worked out. I've been tempted to text the animal rescue again to see if like to get an update on him. But I didn't want to bother the guy. He's so cute. I wanted to pet him so bad. Like, you know, the usual thing. Exactly, Ordained. I didn't really yoink him up like that. I did like a whole hand thing where like whole hand like reached underneath him because he was that small. He was tiny. Like, I don't have particularly big feet. And he's still about like, he's half the length of my foot. He was very tiny. I didn't realize what it was at first when I saw the teenagers taking pictures. But when I heard like a bunch of the girls be like, "Oh, he's so cute. Oh," I like looked at it closer and was like, "Guys, that's a possum." And then I was the one who stood on the corner for a solid like 20 plus minutes, pretty much exactly like this, with the possum tucked it into my shoes. I wish I got the picture at one point when he like got on top of my shoe and like for a second was probably thinking of climbing my leg. Because it was very cute. There was a point where he was like, he put his hands like up my leg and then looked up at me and then got off my shoe as if like realizing that wasn't a good idea. It was very cute, and I'm upset I didn't take a picture of that. But yeah, that was the highlight of my weekend. Oh, and my Steam almost got hacked. Well, it did technically get hacked, and it DM'd like a bunch of people a scam link. So if you're my friend on Steam and you got a link from like Saturday night for like Subnautica 2, don't click that shit. I was very stupid because I had just gotten home from like dropping Moider. Yeah, Moider. Got hacked, shaking my head. It's okay. I fixed it in like less than 15 minutes. I like redid all my security shit and reworked all my shit, but it's still whoever was doing it still ended up sending out so many goddamn DMs. It happens. It happened. Don't worry though. I still have my Steam account. But let's go back to the chatting screen. Yippee! All right, chat. Actually, hold on. We need, where is it? Jacked. We need jacked. Where the fuck are my eyes? Hold on. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Okay, that's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. All right, chat. I have a proposition for you. I have a... What the heck is that? Oh, I didn't realize Vexoria got a symbol emote. That emote looks a little weird. I don't know how I feel about that. Horses held? Horses? Did they steal anything? Which one? Who was the one that stole something? Me? Steal anything? Never. Never. The feet on that cat are so... They look more like they're supposed to be like bongo hands, which is a little weird. Like, you know how like there's like the bongo cat emote and he's like slapping the table? That's what the little feet that are like flapping around in both the scatter and the assemble emote look like. It's very weird to my brain. Yeah, like the tappy almost. Although it looks like these cats have like less definition. They just look like little like purple ovals flapping around. Huh? Audio went off. Where's the alert? Hello? Hello? Hi, Fairbanks. How are you doing? What's wrong, Ordain? What's wrong? Is it moitering like Beatrice from what? Who? I don't know who that is. I don't know what that is, nor who that is. Why are you panicking, Fairbanks? What's wrong? What's the deal? What's at least remain calm. I clicked on a strange YouTube clone I've never heard of before. I'm surprised I haven't even been hacked with the amount of rando shit I download / visit.
Yep, that's me.
It doesn't work on this page, customer. You've been here long enough. You should know that. Beeps. Beeps. I'll have to redo the record scratch emote in the future. I'll probably do that tonight too, as long as I remember. Got my final meeting with H&R Block at 1. You're not doing it yourself? I just do that shit myself. I did it back in January because I got my all my tax shit really early. Anytime as soon as I get all my paperwork, I do my taxes. I had no taxable income because I spent more money than I earned. Because just barely, like, I think the difference was like $100 and something. Where fish? Fish still exists. Is it on cooldown? Did it already break? Did the Twitch API already break it? Let me see. Fish. Hello? Game? Damn it. Here, let's close it and reopen it then. Hold on a second. I think it's because of all the weird Twitch API shit going on. Hi, Load Needs. Thank you for renewing your... Not Season Pass. You know we're doing a Season Pass. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. The fish must have been eaten by Beatrice, the Moiderish witch. The what? The what? No, it's been eaten by the cannibalizing program known as Twitch's API. Because they are borderline useless when it comes to things. Okay. Okay. The what? The what? The which part? All right, chat. Hold on. Real quick. While I have y'all's attention, focus up. I want everybody looking. I want eyes. Eyes in chat. Staring, a symbol. I don't care. A symbol. Wait, I forget. When was the last time somebody used a symbol? Is it still all caps a symbol? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, Fairbanks eyes. Oh, no. Oh, no. Keys? Oh yeah, keys. I need to make a redeem for this for y'all. Keys. All right. It was really short. All right, chat. I have some bad news. I think I got Twitch direct deposit last night, basically. And this is going to be bad because I hate talking about money typically. It was literally only enough to pay bills. That was it. It was enough to pay bills. I have paid bills. Time to exist for a month. But I want to offer y'all a continuing bounty until 2.0's debut. I want to offer y'all the... basically, we'll probably start with emotes. And if we make it through all of the emotes being released early, then we will swap to like new alerts and then eventually probably new backgrounds. Donate to Kofi. The ringleader needs a new purse. I don't need a new purse. I don't need a new purse. When will 2.0 be coming? The original idea date I wrote down was April 24th, but it'll probably only be a couple days after that now. That is next Thursday. I think I'm actually going to push it to... Oh my God, that's May. Oh no, this year's flying by. Son of a bitch. But it'll be soon. Everything's pretty much ready. I'm getting some help with like some of the updated redeems. Like I want to update the parade redeem. I want to update the parade redeem, the boat redeem. If we hit 10 10K pounds, the 2.0 will happen instantly. I mean, yeah, I can make that deal. It's pretty, everything's set up except for like alerts, and it would take time for me to connect all the emotes. A lot of the emotes are already uploaded to Twitch. All I have to do is like swap them out. And then minus like some emotes that Izzy still hasn't done. What advancements? True, it didn't do it twice, which is interesting. That's a lot of weight. That is a lot of weight. That is 5 tons. Yeah, it's 2.0 and moving. But it's frankly that if y'all did the 10K, which would be absolutely fucking insane, it would go to moving. It would go to moving. Like I'm typically a low budget person per month, so I only need like $200 or something to feed myself a month, which is apparently well below the average American's budget for food, is something I have found out. Patron of the throne, where are you? Listen, we can't always rely on the mysterious benefactor, okay? That's at least a one whole dinosaur. Well, it depends on what dinosaur. It could also be an entire shipping container of dinosaurs. 300, 200? Yeah, 200. I'm a very cheap eater. I usually eat like one meal a day, and I usually snack, but I usually get very affordable snacks. Like I'll get like walnuts or sunflower seeds in bulk. And I mean like already shucked sunflower seeds. And I can get like, I think I usually get 2 pounds when I buy them. And those are like, that's like $6, I think, something like that. Something like $6, I'm pretty sure. It depends. I haven't bought any new in a while because they usually last me a while. I miss walnuts. Listen, walnuts are great. Go to the store and buy some more nuggets that are shaped like dinosaurs. I couldn't tell you when the last time I had dinosaur-shaped nuggets was. Final do it myself. Money, sex, revert to ore trade. Are we trading ore now? What kind of ore are you here to trade? Chat, what's your ore of choice? I need to know. What's your ore of choice? I feel like ordains is going to be something radioactive. Osmium? Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. Oh, wait, I still have the possum pictures open. Hold on a sec. Hold on a second. Osmium. Wait, does osmium have ore? Oh. Okay, that's a pretty... Oh, that's a rare? Bold. Bold. This is a very cool looking crystal, though. Goddamn. Energon made real minerals here. Mithril, real minerals, you two. Osmium weighs a lot. Yeah, it's apparently the rarest and densest precious metal. But it looks like a chrome quartz almost, which is very funny. And they got magical ore and normal ore. Normal ore. Hold on, I need to check something. Yeah, I think I'm still pretty dead set on liking bismuth. Granted, I don't think bismuth technically counts as ore. I'm pretty sure it's like all crystals. Bismuth is fucking killer, my guy. Chat, do y'all know what bismuth looks like? If I search bismuth and it comes up with the... Oh my god, it did come up with the character from Steven Universe. Fuck. Funny squares? Yeah, funny squares. He who squares. He who squares. Bismuth is so edgy. Well, I mean, it is, in fact, technically the definition of edgy. You are correct. You are technically correct. The best kind of correct. Bismuth enjoyer? Bismuth enjoyer? Let's go. Let's go. Choose between tungsten and titanium. I can see tungsten. It turns out the fucking Ordain's innards is made out of tungsten. So it's impossible. It's impossible to pick him up. And if you put him on a surface, he just breaks right through it. I could see that. I could see that. But yes, chat. Is that all right? Hi, Abby. My tummy hurt. I ate too many gummies. What do you mean you ate too many gummies? Did you eat... Hold on. Abby. Abby. Did you eat... Hold on a second. My tracken's not working properly here. Abby. Abby. Look at me in the eyes, baby. Actually, hold on. We need more eyes for this. Look at me in the eyes, baby. Did you eat the sugar-free gummy bears? Did you eat the sugar-free gummy bears, telling yourself that you're built different? Abby, I don't care how tall you are. I don't care how big your body is. I bet you were shoving those bitches in your mouth a handful at a time. Are you supposed to get your tungsten cubes without tungsten ore? True. Hi, Talon. Is that... Wait, that's a min emote? Sour. Aw. No, I had a pound. Oh, a pound? Because I'm built different. Oh, my... Left a note. Wait, why didn't it tell me the note? It's supposed to tell me the note. Hold on a second. What the hell? What the hell? All right. Kofi. Be forgetting where I was going to look for a second. No, not now. Oh no, you actually didn't leave a note. It's just blank. You fucking goofball. It is blank. Hold on, is it spaces? If I try, oh, I can't highlight it. Okay, you didn't actually put a note. It just says that you put a note, which is very weird. I was gonna say though, guys, I think what I did get to finish the thing. I was gonna say, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set it to, what was it? $20? I think like each is, what was that? Oh, okay, that was the Kofi bot just being behind. I was like, what the fuck, chat? They left a note part as a present message you made, which you knew about when you mentioned, oh, yep. Okay, hold on. Hold your horses. Let me, settings? Oh god, I don't know where to put the things. I don't know where things are, chat. Okay. Fucking Hanetu put those boobs back, or so help me. I'm sorry, I just saw that one. That was back from February. Jesus. Jesus. Okay, how do I do the fucking... Me, not remembering how things work, because I'm stupid. All right. Payment? Sample donation, that's fine. Is it widgets? Widgets? Hello? Why are you like, oh my god, it's 3D? Hi, Super. Why are you freaking on the floor? Was that as good for you as it was for me? Christ. Oh my god, I remember Dead Island 2. There's still a clip out there that was really good from Dead Island 2 of me absolutely nailing a hammer swing while a zombie lunged at me. That shit was good. You ever try to build a World of Darkness character but draw blanks on what their background merit flaw spread is going to be? That's where you just squeeze in supernatural ones and say, he who, they don't know that they have this, therefore funny. Me making almost every character I have that's not a vampire have the unaging merits. They've looked the exact same age for 8 years. They just haven't realized. They just think they have a baby face. It's totally fine, guys. Why are the alerts not going off? I looked to see if like let me turn the overlays off and then turn them back on. Maybe that'll help. Alfio, no, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Doing good things. How are you in chat? I'm doing pretty all right. I was probably going to put a... What's the word? Hold on a second, chat. Oh, how do I keep count of this? Let's just do it this way. Real quick, let me do the Ko-fi so I can grab the... Hold on, if that Ko-fi was one, do I still have one under donate? Yeah. So let me take that link really quick. Early released emotes. It doesn't have to be all at once, every $20 or so, I think is what we'll do. Every $20. Bleh, bleh. English. What, Ordained? What are you snickering at? I missed Dead Island 2, tries to wedge it into the gaming schedule. Listen, I've considered going back to play the DLC because I've not played any of the DLC to make arcane cloaking and then take the phylactery flaw. True, you can also take invulnerability and the phylactery flaw, and it's really fucking cool. Funny clips from Dead Island 2 as well. The game was really fun and really goofy. I'm not gonna lie. Out of the way, where are you going, Ordine? That's another thing I've been thinking of is getting like a hype train animation. And I had mentioned it to Faye. Oh, hold on a second. I just realized I forgot probably the most important part of this message. The slash pin. That's it. All right. All right, let's do it that way. And then we're just going to leave that up manually. We'll just leave that up. All right. It's always greatly appreciated, guys, but you don't have to. Again, like, I want to do something more where I can give back more, but it kind of sucks that recently, like, I haven't been able to keep up to, like, my word on, like, with Prey. Like, I definitely couldn't do that all in one day. The Immortal Merit and the Phylactery Flaw? Correct. But it is kind of like, what's the word? It's very, oh God, I don't know where I was going. I was thinking, I'm sorry. My brain is still half World of Darkness, half what I'm talking about. Okay, real quick, before I forget the World of Darkness thing, really quick, who was the one? Okay, Black Dragon. The Immortal Merit? Nah, you don't need the Immortal Merit. You just need to get, like, Unaging, get Invulnerability, take, like, the Phylactery Flaw, or, like, a really, like, debilitating, like, invulnerability, but something that doesn't happen too frequently. And then you can also pick up, like, what is it? Resistant patterns. So then, like, all aggravated damage is now just lethal. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Isn't that right, Hectic, if you're still here? Isn't that right? Totally fine. Totally fine. Plays the Spectrum retreat in one sitting? Wait. What is that? I don't know what that is. I can't think of other games. Cyberpunk! wait, what is the Spectrum? Retreat? What is this? Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Is this a VR game? It looks like it could be a VR game. A masterpiece, Prey, is it? Is it? Hold on, let me go look at the Steam page. Check into the Spectrum Retreat for a stay you won't forget. Manipulate your way to the truth in this captivating narrative-driven puzzler. Oh, that's like a mannequin man. I thought it was a guy wearing a mask in the thumbnail. Teleport module installed. It seems interesting, but it also seems fairly simplistic. Like kind of a dulled down, almost like Portal. Baby's first Unity project. Interesting. Interesting. Is it that much fun? How long is it, Sunstar? Why is this particular butler basically naked? What the shit? What the shit? I just scrolled down and there was another picture of the butler. Also, hold on. I was going to do... Is it this one? No. No, that's not it. That's not it. Where's the message thing? Stream alerts? Am I just really stupid? Okay, yeah, it's set up. Well, usually the expectation is y'all will leave a note. I think I am going to leave it as that. I do have the, like, brackets, so it's supposed to leave a message if you leave one. Even if it's to call me a stinky poo-poo head. That you can do that. Calling me a stinky poo-poo head is a perfectly viable thing. Otherwise, it's just puddles. Has some scares in it. The story's kind of relevant, and I enjoyed it. Ooh, I do like puzzle games. I do like puzzle games where they're not like, what's the word? Where you're not like having to do the puzzles under like duress. In the case of like say like something chasing you. Like if something's chasing you essentially like all over the place, and you only have like the chance. Oh no. Oh no. Oh good lord. Chat, hold on. I gotta show you something. I gotta show you something because this is so goddamn funny. Hold on. Hey, chat. Hey, we're gonna like pause this for a quick second. Let me make sure I get the thing open. Okay. Okay.
We found a charcuterie board in the basement
Charcuterie?
of our new home.
Yes,
was
a charcuterie
very
board.
dirty.
Yes. See,
It
chat,
has
a very
been
cool
cleaned
charcuterie board.
honest, so it's great for little ones. It came with a funky little holder for dips.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Perfect
that's
for a
it's
little
totally for dip.
guacamole. Ready for some fun in the sun. Did somebody say she's bored?
Oh.
My cat was terrified of the board, so we threw it out. The temp dropped like 50 in the middle of the night. The board was back in the house this morning. I never noticed the symbol on the back before.
Ooh.
I decided to return it where I found it. We found a
Who's giving the spirits knives? Listen, I like the fact that it spun around. That was very funny. I bet they just put like a magnet underneath it. That was funny, okay? I don't care what anybody says. I just saw that and I was like, I saw part of it and I was like, I want to show this to chat. I want to show this to chat. All right. Oh, wait, where the fuck? Oh, I'm on the gaming screen. I'm stupid. Anyway, hi, chat. The door closing got me. I was thinking that like because the light was turning red, I thought she was gonna put the Luigi board down and there was gonna be like a person in a robe or something standing at the bottom of the stairs. So I did get a little subverted with the door closing. I thought it was gonna be something else. Sometimes, wait, what do you mean you sometimes give spirits knives? They're not supposed to have physical objects ordained. They get a two attached. That's illegal. It's not actually illegal. It's not good. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it. Don, the robes were Ouijaing? Oh my God. Please do not Ouija all over the walls. I beg you. I beg you. You're now a playable character in a PS1 game? Yes, but it's a PS1 fighting game, and I'm like the boss that's like ridiculously overpowered when you play through the campaign, and then when I become playable, I'm extremely nerfed. So I'm Seth. Yes. Is it Seth or is it Seth? I forget how you say it. What if I squeegee the walls? Got to keep the place clean after all. I don't think squeegee is gonna work that well on like wallpaper and decorative wood paneling. I'm just not convinced. Just not convinced. Okay. Awesome, I buy it. Listen, not with that attitude. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. Why the oh, because I didn't unfollow that person. I was like, why do I keep getting this person's post? I don't want this person's post. Oh, that's why. I'm tired of your thirst traps. I don't give a shit about your thirst traps. Get that shit out of here. I was thinking about one point in Saints Row where you just shoot a Ouija board. Do you? Which Saints Row is that? Wait a second. Bad Company, Five Finger Death Punch. Ooh, ad. That's going on the like song playlist. I was born. Shotgun in my... Wait, has the lyrics been shotgun this whole time? For some reason, the original sounds like it's six gun. Why did I think it was six gun? I figured that was just a weird saying for a revolver. Gat shoots the board at the beginning of Gat Out of Hell. Really? Let me see. Saints Row Ouija board. Amazing. I don't think I've ever watched that DLC. of Gat Out of Hell? Oh, good fucking lord. Okay. I'm just gonna... Yeah. Weggy board. A weggy board. We throwing things around. Okay. Why is so many people posting, what is this card thing? Teapotmon? What is Teapotmon? Does anybody know what this is? Oh, good lord. Okay, a new Digimon? No, it's some people are like generating like Pokemon cards. I guess. They're like sort of Pokemon cards, sort of not. But I'd like every like fifth post is one of those on my fucking feed. I've seen probably at least six different people. But I was looking to see if there was any other news of shit going on. Besides HBO's heinous new announcement that they're going to make a Harry Potter TV series, because Jesus fucking Christ, stop. Make a better series. There's better fucking ways to make fucking mad wizarding worlds if you wanted to. Fucking Harry Potter is so boring and so poorly made. Please, guys, just make somebody else that makes like magic-based fantasy books as famous as her. There's so many better ones out there. God. Is literally right there. It's the thing is though, is it's not like a big literature series and it's not like kid friendly or kid understandable, if that makes sense. Granted, like can't have that something like a Harry Dresden TV show. Harry Dresden? I don't know that one. I do not know that one at all. Among Pothead in the what? What? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? The Dresden Files? Okay, that's what I've heard of that, but I don't know what it is. It's again though, it's the hardest part is probably having a what do they call it? Basically like good lord. Hold on. Okay. Put this shit away. It's a bit like DC Constantine. That's what I was thinking. Constantine was also a pretty good thing. I would love to see them make another movie of Constantine with Keanu Reeves, especially because he wants to play Constantine again. The thing is, though, is it would probably be... what's the word? It would probably be... Hold on a second. Okay. Oh, sorry, I was checking a thing. Original series based on you? What? Speaking of fantasy, I just wanted to watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Is this your first time watching Lord of the Rings? Playing a pan disaster of a wizard would be fucking peak. Yeah, the thing is he wants to. He's wanted to since the first Constantine movie that he was in. A Magic World of the Assassin, Keanu Reeves? That could be interesting. The thing is, though, is I would much rather see some, like... I'd like to see some TV adaptions of, like, young adult... Like, teenager, your young adult book series and stuff that weren't absolutely fucking phoned in. Does anybody remember the original Cirque du Freak movie? Let me see if I can find Cirque du Freak movie. The Vampire's Assistant. Ugh, Jesus. Can I get a bigger picture of the DVD cover, please? Yeah, sure. This will have to do. This will have. Ugh! Okay. Okay, hold on. We're swinging over. Chats. I'm sorry to do this to you. My heart aches for Artemis Fowl. They fucked up the Artemis Fowl series so goddamn bad. I genuinely thought they would make a sequel. Why does his face look like it's photoshopped on somebody else's body? Why are his eyes so big? This came out before Alita Battle Angel. You think they took inspiration from this? I also can't get over the fact that he's the one who played the fucking mentor. If anybody doesn't know what Cirque du Freak is, it is a vampire series by a author who typically writes like teen horror series. He's also the one who wrote the Demonata series. Who was the woman in the cut corner? I couldn't even tell you. Couldn't even tell you. But it's from the point of view of this schmuck, I guess. I don't remember the series super well because I read it in like middle school, if not earlier than that. But if I remember correctly, too, in the original books, vampires were purple. Does anybody remember that, or am I misremembering that? Do you think William Dafoe was in this movie? Let's see, actually. Cirque du Freak, Vampire Assistant, cat. Oh, the heck. Cast. I mean, we have John Riley. Oh, there's William Dafoe. Gavner Pearl. Gavner. Oops. Gavner. You know, I forgot they made a manga of Cirque du Freak. I really did. Good lord. Good lord, the mustache. Good lord. I forgot that they made a fucking light, like basically a light novel. I prefer William Defriend. No. I think one of the vampire groups is purple. I could have swore the bearded lady. Yeah, but yeah, there was like a whole it's a travesty is what it is. It was a fucking travesty. And that was one of the earliest attempts at bringing like teenage horror. The Demonata series. The Demonata series, I honestly, Darren Shan, that's the author's name. I remember fucking nothing about these books, but I know I read the entire fucking series. I especially remember this cover. I do remember this cover. This was the same time when like serialized books were still very much a thing. When like a book would come out probably every like few months. A good one would be the Alchemist series. Is that the one I think it is? Let me see. Alchemist series. Yeah, this is okay. This is the Journal of the Immortal Nicholas Flamel. I read this one in high school, and I bought the books as they came out. All of them. I have read this entire series. I hate it. I hate it. Do you want to chat? Do you want to know why? And I promise you, it's fine if I give y'all spoilers because it's not worth reading because it is so irritating that it takes the piss with its readers to the point where it's like, nothing matters. That's basically it. Nothing matters. The last book, The Enchantress, I believe is the last book, essentially goes, oh, it's actually a time loop. We've reset everything. Your brother from the future is now a god. He has now sent a copy of his younger self and his sister, they're twins and apparently chosen ones. He has instead sent them back in time to the point where they never met Nicholas Flamel, never, quote, awoken their auras, which, yes, auras are a thing in this series, and they're very important. It's fucking ridiculous. It's insane. It's insanity. It takes the piss with its reader and then absolutely destroys it at the end of the series. Where they're just like, yeah, you become deities and then you just decide that you want to go back to being kids and then the adventure starts over again. Exactly the same Also, you can't forget that there are various immortals inside this book besides just Nicholas Flamel and his wife. The John Doe, the royal spy master, is an immortal. Billy the Kid is an immortal. Who else was there? Has anybody else that read the series remember any of the other immortals? What's our auras? Oh, great ringleader, pray. Sunstar, no. Sunstar, no. Imagine not even new game plusing reality. Shut the fuck up, Hectic. That's amazing. Scathach? Oh, right. Scathach was an immortal too. Hi, Adeptus. Welcome in. Listen, chat, if you want a good, fun series, this is not a... Oh, sorry. I don't know why I'm putting Locked Tomb series. Actually, this will work. These are the only 3 books currently out for the series. There's going to be a 4th called Electo. It's a very good series. You should go read the series. The audiobooks are fucking fantastic. If you like futuristic space necromancer empire, it's pretty fucking great. It's pretty great. Oh, also God is Australian and a memer. I wish I was joking. Hold on. John Gaius. Here's God. There's a lot of drawings and depictions of God. This is what happens when you're over 10,000 years old and became a god simply because capitalism decided it wanted to destroy the planet, and you were the first person to discover necromantic science/magic. Oh, and traded your soul with a star-devouring monstrosity that sleeps in a tomb. Wish you all a good stream. Have a good night. Super. Sleep well. And Marquis would love this. Yeah. Australian god, anyone? You also can't forget that the sun at one point went kablooey, and he just resurrected it with sheer force of will. And now it's called Dominus. Welcome to the Dominus system. Hold on. What I need to do is I need to find... Here it is, Gaius. I love his titles because it's just call signs. His titles are so good, and I keep them wound up. Dominus, hell yeah. It's like, you can start with just like, Resurrector, First Reborn, Emperor Undying, Emperor All-Giving, Gentle Emperor, the Necrolord Prime, Necrolord Highest, Necromancer Prime, Resurrection, the Resurrecting King, the Kindly Prince, the King Undying, King Everlasting, King of 9 Renewals, because he resurrected 9 planets. Lord of the Sharpest Edge, Ransomer of Death, Scourge of Death, and Vindicator of Death. Sun goes Super Never, and he pulls an Uno reverse card. You also can't forget the fact that at one point he literally explodes. Oh, also bisexual king, by the way, guys. Bisexual king. This man swings both ways extremely hard. I recommend the series wholeheartedly. 100%. 1000%. Go read the series. What's Baron's aliases? Oh, God. Oh, God. Hold on. I want to see. Do they have some of his quotes in here? This is all spoiler if y'all go to read the book. Oh, they don't have any of his quotes. Ah, son of a bitch. Right? Hold on, let me double check. No. Let me see. Maybe there'll be some. Okay, no, I need to go back. I need some of his quotes because he's... Locked Tomb memes? No, we're not gonna go. Jod, that's right. His name is Jod. I swear to Jod. I forget they actually call him that at one point in the fucking series. And it's so funny. Oh, God damn it. Okay, let's go back to Locked Tomb quotes because John Gaius has like some of the best quotes. There's not going to be any quotes for him in Gideon the Ninth. I don't think he technically shows up in person until the 2nd book. Uh-oh. Why are you taking so long to load? Let's go back. Damn it. Ah, son of a bitch. I know I've seen. No. Oh, you want to see fucking toxic Yuri? Here's fucking one of the main characters absolutely losing her devastated mind over the fact that Lady of the Circus, Lord of the Center Ring, Baroness of the Big Top. There you go, Titan. That's very good. I like that. Instead of saying by God, they say by the law. Yep. But it's very toxic Yuri throughout like the entirety of the first book. I promise. Yes, of course. Sextus gave her turbo cancer. Almost every character's name is like in reference to the number house they come from. So like the like sixth house, all their names have like the like sex suffix in it. So one of the characters' last name is Sextus. Let me see if I can actually find locked tomb characters. Yeah, we'll just go to characters. Harrowheart Nonagesimus in reference to the ninth house. Pira Devay. Ianthe Tridentarius from the third house. Ortis Niganad, also from the ninth house. Matthias Nonius, also from the ninth. Oh yes, Jean-Marie Chouture. If you ever listen to the audiobook, Jean-Marie has like very few lines, but it's always funny because apparently their description is like quiet, descriptive kid. But the audiobook reader is like, no, don't notice us. Don't look at us. It's just goofy shit like that the whole time. And then they die gruesomely. It's great. It's a good book. It's a good book series. You should go read Gideon the Ninth. Gideon the Ninth is the first book. Ah, yes. Dulcinea Septimus. Septimus from the seventh house. Palamedes Sextus. As AKA Palamedes Sextus, AKA Sex Pal. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Sex Pal. There he is. There's his nickname, Sex Pal. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's totally fine. Is it We Suffer? I don't remember if it's We Suffer that has the goofy ass nickname. No. Damn it. Oh, right. I forgot about the fact that there's this. This is the plot device in the book series. Say hello to the Resurrection Beast, aka the dead soul of a planet. There's 9 of these. There's 9 of these. Every single planet that he resurrected also flung out a resurrection beast. So, you know, full titled and mixed up. There's no command by default to see it, but we need to make it longer. What do you mean? So who said wood to this creature? Each one is different. Apparently one of the ones that shows up in the series that I remember the description of is chitinous. This one is not chitinous. Does that include Pluto? Yes. Pluto is the 9th planet. It's also the planet where the locked tomb is that the series is named after. It's also where our main characters are from. Gideon and Harrow are both from the 9th. For you so long ago? You motherfucker! Goofy ass. Goofy ass. All right. Real quick, we're about to have an ad break. But again, I will always throw at y'all. Oh shit, no, don't open Chrome. Don't open Chrome. Good, Pluto is the planet again. It gets worse because, no, I'm not going to spoil that. I'm not going to spoil that. No. But, I wanted to see characters. Because I know one of these characters is going to have Nigella Shodesh. No. There's another commander that has like, it's not Born in the Mornings from the 3rd book. Why can't I find her? Here. Oh no, here it is. Awake Remembrance of Those Valiant Dead. Let me see. Where is it? Damn it. I need the fucking... Hold on. Oh, I didn't realize that was the title of the fucking thing. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Let me get you the words on stream, guys. I'm sorry. I got distracted. It's one of my favorite book series. It's a very fun read. And again, it's very good. It's very good audiobook. Warlord, thank you for the tier 3. Holy shit. All right. I'm not going to go anywhere. We're going to hang out and chill here for a minute. Doesn't give chat the iPad either. I'm working on it. It takes a second, okay? Marin doesn't Chrome. No, I have Chrome. I just don't use... I use it for, like, personal stuff. But I still, like... In case you didn't look at... The title that's on here, John, aka Jod, praise be to Jod, gave her a nickname at one point because he was just so tired of having to fight her for so long. To when he takes the piss with her name, her real name is Awake Remembrance of Those Valiant Dead. But whenever she like yells at him, it's like, say my name. He takes the absolute piss by calling her Awake Remembrance of These Valiant Dead, Kia Hua Kotape, snap back to reality, oops, there goes gravity. And she's like so confused and confused all the way until her grave. But it is very funny, the fucking quips and memes that fucking John Gaius fucking just drops on people. I'm trying to remember he makes a reference. Let me see if I can find it. Well, I tried, and therefore no one should criticize me. Oh God. I can't find... He has one point where he makes a non-pizza left beef. Oh, that's what it was. None pizza left grief. That's the joke that he makes at one point. And again, nobody in the fucking room gets the joke. It is literally a joke only for the reader. Momo! Momo, what random history were you talking about? What shenanigans were you up to? Did you look up the general I sent you? Did you look up the general I sent you? What in the Mega Man Legends? Mega Man Legends? What is that emote? What the oh, it's a tail. It's a tail. Okay. The rep of the Battle of Breeds Hill over Bunker Hill? What? What the fuck? Okay, our commercial break did end. Welcome in, chat, though. We were talking about, randomly, my favorite book series. Oddly enough. What's the word? I'm brain farting on the word. Locked Tomb, that's the name of the series. Say hi to God. This is God. His name is John. He's Australian. You should go read the Locked Tomb series. It starts with Gideon the Ninth. Anyway, welcome to Inraiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Martin, the ringleader of Carnival. Typically, I play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, gorgeous, whatever little murderous inclinations my mind likes to get into. You have wandered in onto Murder Monday. We're going to be getting into Dishonored 1 shortly, which we will probably finish up today because I think we only have like 2 more missions. Oh my God, is that fucking Palms of Work emote? Wait, that's a great emote. I haven't seen that emote. Is the wrong hill that we fought for on the Rev Hill? It's actually Breeds Hill. I ended up in an ADHD history and forgot. Lol, sorry. That's fine. Hold on. Who was it? It was General Henry Miller? No, that's not it. Shit. Mad Henry something. Was it still Henry Miller? No, it wasn't. Hold on. Let me find it. Ooh, gotta scroll. Here it is. The bizarre story of General Anthony Wayne. I was so far off. Anthony Wayne! Say hello to the Union General who accomplished borderline nothing, except for the fact that he died, and after he died, it got really fucking weird. So, real quick, I'm gonna summarize this. He was buried for about 12 years, and then his family decided that they wanted to uproot him and come and bury him in the family cemetery, which to do that, they had to exhume him from his current resting place, and when they did, they found out that in the 12 years, he had barely decayed except for, like, his foot. and they couldn't ship him as he was. So you want to know what the entire town of Erie, Pennsylvania did? They boiled him. They boiled his corpse. They boiled his corpse so that the flesh would separate from the bones and they could package it up and ship it to the family. That is Erie, Pennsylvania's one I owed to history. Everything else, I guess. Yeah. This dude. Look at this dude. This funky ass hair. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Come here for weird history. Yeah, they made 13-year-old dead man soup and then shipped it to his family. Correct. One of Mad Anthony Wayne's graves. This one's in Radnor, Pennsylvania. What? Had known as a state of preservation, he would have preferred to have left the body in Erie and erect a monument there to his father's memory. Damn. Oh, good Lord. But yeah, that was the thing. That was the thing. Anyway, there's Jod. Say hi to Jod, chat. This is cursed? Good. Good. If you need to scatter Momo, or if you've already scattered, I totally understand. Oh, no, there you are. If you need to scatter, though, I totally understand. You were probably going for quite a while. Yeah, this is Jod. You should go read Gideon the Ninth, followed by Harrowhark the Ninth. It's a good book series. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure you get the books right. We're gonna do this right. This is what they look like. Like this is the first book. Audiobooks are very good. The audiobooks are very well done, so you can do the audiobooks if you want. Hi, John Deity. Yes. They are crazy good. It's also, if you follow, what's his name? I think it's Badass Women, I think is what is like a Twitter page as well as a Tumblr page. They've done fan art of this series. Let me see if I can actually find it just by searching it, because they're a very popular artist. But yeah, there's a lot of, they differ in quality, but a lot of them are pretty good. Let me see though. I'm trying to see. I know what Badassery's art looks like, but oh, here it is. Yeah, this is their art. Oh yeah. Here, we can make it bigger. It'll get a little fuzzy, but it's so good. It's so good. I know where they got the idea from. Ferengi Burial from the Holy? What? Wouldn't the carnival have audiobooks read by the ringleader? I would love to do that at some point, but I don't think I'd be able to convince myself to do it like for free. And like an audiobook takes 11 plus hours to read. Yeah, if you don't follow this artist, let me actually see. Oh, this is a pin, so it's on Pinterest. That's another one by the same artist. Is their name Banish Potato? Is their name Banish Potato? Yes, it is. BS Arts. Hold on, I have to hide this because they actually do a decent amount of art that I know for sure. Hold on a second. That I know for sure has nip outs and or gore on Ko-fi for Baron audiobooks. Listen, that would be a lot of work. It would take me several days. Here, this just means that I can give you now a close-up of the art of Gideon. So yeah, this is the main character from the first book. So you know, look at her. Look at her. Fantastic. Fantastic. I love her. And she's very funny. She's very funny. This book series is I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. Oh, also, did I forget to mention that it's extremely gay? It is so gay, it hurts. Let me see. In the end, all of us are people who need to use the bathroom. Death first of vultures and scavengers. Bones are mediocre. Let me see. There's some others that I know. What is it? We do bones, motherfucker, is another good quote from this book series. Yeah, the necromantic space lesbians. And then Jod. I will always bring it back to Jod because it is so funny to me that God is a very, very tired Australian scientist. He was an Australian energy scientist, I think is what he was. Was that what he was? Does anybody who's read, because you don't learn about his background fully until the third book, where you actually get like chapters that are from the perspective of when John was still, let's call it human. We'll call it human. Our skeletal sapphic necromancer, even if it's as toxic as it comes. Even if it's as toxic as it comes. But yes. Hold on. We need the, oh my God. Her fucking nickname list is ridiculous. Hold on, let me see here. H-O-H-G, Harrow the First, the Reverend Daughter, Walking Ninth House Cliche, Night Boss, Bone Empress, Gloom Mistress, Penumbral Lady, Midnight Haggett, Lamentable Queen, Crepuscular Queen, Tenebrious Overlord, Hideous Witch from Hell, Butt Touched Nun, Insane Creep, Jackass, Numbnuts, Asswipe, Assmunt, Sunshine, Ignorant Sack of Eyeballs, Loser, Bozo, Dick, Sugar Lips, Desiccated Mummy of Hope, Machinist of Bones, sorry, Marquinus of Bones, Perfect Penitent Nunlet, Honey, Harry, Crazy Cakes, Skullface Fruitcake, Psycho Shadow Vestal, and Tedious Little Bone Witch. What this also is the list of things that I call Fae on occasion. These are the list of things that I have written down that I occasionally call Fae. In Space Lesbians, the circle overlaps all the way. Listen! I mean, the medical department is basically necromancy. Like, did you think the medical tent was anything other? It's also the names for places is so fucking, what's the word? Edgy. The castle that she's from and grew up in is called Drearber. That's how you say it. That's how they say it in the audiobook, at least. It's Drearber. And it is interesting. Anyway, sexy art. Sexy art. But yes, this scene. Damn! Look at her arms. Good Lord. Nice. Nice. I need to work out more. That's all I think when I see this. I need to work out more. I need to do more arms. God, Sundays are going to start breaking me in half at this rate. Sunday's arm day. Oh God, what is this? It's going to be, you're not ascending to godhood. You're just dehydrated. Oh, and also if you like crazy, here's crazy. This is crazy. She's in literally every book, all 3 books, and she's crazy in all of them. Oh, well, I tried. Nobody can blame me for that. You can criticize me for that. And then Modern Gideon. Anyway, chat, are you ready for Dishonored? Are you ready for Dishonored? Do we need to go to Dishonored? More gem? Listen, I've already decided the summer outfit is, instead of being on the base of 2.0, we're actually going to redo it. We're redoing the body shape. The Dark Carnival and Space Lesbians, the circles overlap all the way. The Venn diagram is the circle, okay? It's fine. It's fine. All right, let me get Dishonored open. Oh, shit, this is going to break shit again. I know it is. Because it keeps fucking resetting the settings every time I open it. Yeah. Thank you, Zenimax. Thank you. Eat shit, Bethesda. Oh, God, it's in French. Disgusting. Oh, wait, we've been playing this game not on full screen. We've been playing this on the other screen. Because for whatever reason, it will not do full screen on the other monitor. And I hate it. Please and thank you. Please come again. All right, hold on. I gotta go change the settings again because for some goddamn fucking reason, it always loads into full screen. Okay. Come back over here. And then we will go back to the other screen that I was just at because I'm stupid. And we'll get Dishonored open. Please and thank you. Singular circle, summer buff outfit. The thing is, though, is I'm telling you, chat, right now, we will not be able to get the summer outfit for this summer. So what I am thinking is next spring. It'll probably be done by spring, I think. At the earliest, it'll be probably like next spring. We will, if I can time it right, we will either do the debut for it on Easter or for like a spring break weekend. Is the parent company that does all the legal and business fuckery, but this is the gutted husk who's having its face worn. Good. Good. For the carnival, totally won't steal some for myself. Okay. Oakley dokley. Let me double check. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Now, where the fuck were we? Okay, did we... Okay, we're in the abandoned apartment.
I thought Lydia would squeal on me at the end. She just told Havelock to screw himself.
Get fucked. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna turn the game volume up a little bit for y'all because that was really quiet. I had to turn it up for myself. Time to meet God, Chuckle Fucks? No, it's Jod. Time to meet Jod. Nom. 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 Aw. Okay. How does this game work again? Yes. Okay, now there's guards. Oh, hey.
I don't think the Admiral actually knew I existed.
I was only a kid at the last coronation. If we even make it to tonight. You look at this mess.
No.
One of the officers said he was dead. Poisoned, thrown in the river. If you ask me, he's long gone.
Threw the mask in the river.
Left out. That's what a rational person
Okay.
would do. Not this guy. You have to understand criminal minds.
Oh, hey. Oh, right. Inoperable. I'm gonna say there's a way we can... What the fuck? Uh-oh. Okay, we're gonna do this the fun way because I actually remembered... I just remembered something. Let me see. Okay, I think it's from the other side. There's a way in. Ooh, I thought I was about to fall off. Oh, shut up, local. Wait, what is that? What is that tag? Oh, what the shit?
It's refreshing to converse with someone on my own level.
I couldn't agree more. Your expulsion from the Academy was a crime against natural philosophy itself.
Which you might have pointed out at...
What's up, boys?
Oh, good to see that you still breathe. This
Hi,
would
Sokolov.
be the same if you were not with us. I've completed Piero's work on an arc pylon, but only just.
Okay.
With this device, we can send a powerful electrical signal through the nervous system, merely rendering our enemies unconscious.
Oh, okay. So we could do the non-lethal method, but I think chat has already determined that this is a very lethal playthrough.
Will only trigger in the presence of our enemies. This arc pylon is more powerful than the older design. It will function at a greater range, striking down our foes while ignoring us. I need my final sequence.
It's the marathon tag. Oh, okay. Wait, so they finally showed gameplay of marathon? Oh shit.
Before the killing.
Listen, if we finish this game fast enough, we may watch that after this.
Bedroom before he left. Hopefully, it's still there. You may navigate the fields of...
Oh, okay. I have to get the blueprint.
I are not as gifted in the same way. Without the arc pylon, it is only a matter of...
Incapacitate every guard on the premises yourself? Oh, hey, Rin. I did not even think to... Where's my heart?
Our enemies one by one, whichever
That's it? That's the only heart? Okay. How many do we have? Yeah. Yeah. Splendid. Okay. I'm gonna do a thing really quick. We're gonna do this because I know I'm gonna have to do it. To power the thing in a second, and I'm gonna go ahead and bring those up. Whew. Gimme. Shut up, you didn't see shit. I did the... Oh, you did see shit. Whew! Excuse me. Oh, you're fucking joking. How did that hit me? You were supposed to turn to Ash, mister. Oh, hi.
Oh, I'll find you. Damn, someone's been killed.
Okay. Wait, why did it cancel?
We know you're here. I gotta get back right. Get around him.
Ow!
You're going down. Watch out.
Jesus! Die, damn it. Fine, I kill every single one of you. Damn, maybe I don't need the pylon. Letter from Emily. Remember before when I mentioned a special drawing I was working on for you? This is it. I don't know where you went, but I hope when you get back to see this and like it. I'd like to take it to Dunwall Tower with us. Everyone's acting strange tonight. Samuel was whispering to Callista about a flare launcher that she was supposed to use to call him. He told her to lock the door to my old tower. I heard the Admiral tell the others we were leaving tonight for a place called the Lighthouse on King Sparrow Island. Okay. Anyway. I got jump scared. Jesus, Peter Christ. No. Give me my shit back. Okay. Okay, listen. That one would have made my pulse jump. Hello? That was... Okay, Callista, Havelock's down below. I could technically drop on them, but I still kind of want to do... Here, we'll have to take the other stairs. Excuse me, rats. Thank you for cleaning up the corpse for me. Oh, Havelock. Okay. Thank you. Wait, they actually packed up the room? That's kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. But... Alright, let's go back up. Now we can just go back to... Pretty much everybody on the map is fucking dead. Excuse me. Whew. Okay. Alright, YouTube. What do you need? Oh my goodness. Guard jump scare? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, big time.
Astonishing.
Astonishing? What do you mean? You made the blueprints.
The arc pylon.
You don't have the DLC installed, do you? I do. I have all the DLCs technically, but we're not going to play the
This
DLCs.
device, we can send a powerful electrical
The main point I played this one again. This is like my 4th time playing this game, Spare.
What is your opinion, Corvo?
Or did we spare him? We spared down. We're going to burn them.
I should have guessed you'd want to act decisively. It's a simple adjustment, and
I mean, the only people left standing currently are the tall boys, and they actively shoot people with explosive arrows. So, you know.
all is ready, Corvo. All that remains is plugging in a whale oil tank to power it. Will you do the honor?
When this arc pylon is charged, No one will dare come near us.
Nom, nom, nom. Do I only need to do one, or like... Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I only needed one. Uh-oh. Oh! I forgot how traumatizing this thing was. Boom.
Amazing, simply amazing. Destruction on a grand
Just walking through the whale tanks.
It defies description. So many lives silenced in an instant.
How do you feel, Sokolov?
Well, Corvo, I hope we can be considered colleagues again. You were condemned, I was kidnapped. Men like us rise above such things. As to the good Admiral, I believe men such as Havelock start with high-minded intentions. Same with Martin, and maybe even Pendleton, though I suspect he was just lazy. But no one is prepared for the sheer seductive influence of being so close to real power.
Is that so, as opposed to Corvo's show of real power? I can't believe these schmucks thought that they were going to be the ones to get away with killing Corvo. Really? Wait, what is this? Havelock's order to the guard. Captain Manning, we're tracking the conspiracy to the Hound Pits pub. Search the premises for the natural philosophers Piero Joplin and Anton Sokolov. Do what you must to secure all materials related to the enhanced arc pylon they have been constructing. Question them thoroughly, and once you are certain you have everything they know of the pylon, execute them both. Bring the pylon to me along with his papers and recordings. Maybe two of the greatest minds of our age, but they're also traitors who conspired with Corvo to bring down this empire. Keeping Empress Emily Calden with me at the lighthouse in King Sparrow Island until we're certain that Corvo and his fellow conspirators have been properly dealt with. Okay. Excuse me. Power, you say? Who kills everyone? Callista Fretnot. I believe there is still hope for Emily and Dunwell. I don't believe Corvo is gone. I'll be searching the river for him, but if you catch wind of him, shoot up a flare using the launcher I placed in Emily's tower. Okay. I knew we had to go to the tower. I just couldn't remember for why. Up. Excuse me. Pardon me. Faster, Corvo. Up the chain faster. What was all the physical training for? Okay. Man. Oh, hey.
Uncle Kurnow, I hope you find this. I'm devastated. The girl I've been caring for is gone.
Uncle
Emily is
Kurnow.
her name. Yes, that Emily. Daughter to the Empress. She's gone. They took her away in a boat this morning. I don't know where, and her hair hadn't been combed. I'm worried who will look after her. I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye.
Never make the guy who kills everyone for you into your fall guy? Yeah. It's not a great idea considering... Hold on a second. Huh. I guess there isn't anything else. Just double check. Okay, yeah, we're good. Hi, Samuel.
You here. It never pays to bet against you, does it? I saw the signal.
Never pays to bet against you. Just bet on me, baby. It's fine. I'll win you some money.
We should start.
I'll make you rich, motherfucker.
I'm feeling something in my bones, and if it's plague, well, I can't be.
Dishonored 3 would be given the state of the timeline. It'd probably be from Emily's point of view still, I think. If not, an entirely, like, future timeline. Yeah, we're going to King Sparrow. It's just a wait or go.
There's one more trip across the river to where it meets the sea. That's where the Lord Regent was building his new lighthouse.
We can usually see all the other maps, but I guess King Sparrow is just too far away. Can you scoop my eyes out so they stop melting? I think you need to go to the doctor and talk to them about that. I think you do, in fact, need to do that. The downside, though, this is because we did High Chaos. Samuel also doesn't like us.
Just after they landed, a bet the Admiral's got her locked up in the lighthouse somewhere.
Which means he's gonna do something really
Lost
stupid.
the first round, he's probably dug in someplace, doing his best to
Yeah, look
drink
at it.
himself to death. I
Doesn't it look
suspect it's
cool?
Martin who's got the lighthouse under siege. They turned on each other at last.
Birds the eyes, best hide inside. Oh my god.
He's a snake, and Lord Pendleton is a coward. And you. I'm a little disappointed, Corvo. It's like you've gone out of your way to be brutal. It's been
Yeah, this is where he's gonna be mad at me. And he's about to do some bad stuff.
Goodbye. My only hope is that Emily comes out of this all right. Out, Corvo.
Yeah, go ahead and do the thing. Give me that. Lighthouse fort? Oh wait, he didn't do it. Okay, because usually if you piss him off enough, what he actually does before he drives away is he fires a pistol into the air and it alerts everyone on the island to you. So I think it's because we did one of the missions. I'm pretty sure we did the like non-lethal path. I'm about to fucking mess people up. What you guys doing? You can't hit me. Oh, darn it. Wait, did that person say by the outsider? See, this is the fun part. All you gotta do, reset this thing. Oh, yep, okay, still has oil. And then you just kind of let it go to town until it stops. You can see that arc pylon there.
Oh, I'll find you.
God damn it, it's still moving. God damn it.
Where are you?
Hit him, but eh. Here, we'll do it this way. Come here. Give me that. Ah, there's an overseer. Okay.
Shout if you see him. Oh, I'll find you.
I'm sure you will. Damn it. Oh my god. Okay, if I can get this overseer from the back of the head, it'll work, but I need him to stop moving. I nailed it.
I know you're here.
Damn, but this way we're just gonna end up clearing out this whole place. Sir, are you gonna move or not? Probably not. Works for me. Jesus. Die. Just go ahead and put you back in there. There's more of those guys over there. Let me see. What are these options it's pointing at? Honestly, I think I'm just gonna go in through the sewer. I do know, though, that there is... Oh, Jesus! Woo! You'll never take me alive. You'll never take me alive. Hi, rats. See, this is the fun stuff of them having, like... Wait a second. I wonder... Oh, whoops. Come on, Corvo. Get out of the water. Get out of the water, Corvo. I want to see if I can get up there. I don't know if I can. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That's okay. We'll do this instead.
Hold on. Someone's down.
Oh, gee, who would have thunk? How many guys have I killed with just this tower?
Oh, I'll find you.
Okay, there we go.
Why is no one making rounds over?
Why is no one making rounds up here? I don't know. I probably killed like 16 fucking people.
Guards, to me. I know you're here.
He's shooting at the rats. Oh, what the hell? Why did it say that he was already aware of me? Give me the bolt back. Where are the rest of it? Where are all my other bolts? Okay. Herbicide entrance. We're not actually going to take that. We are going to go over now. Boink. Excuse me, pardon me. I am thoroughly surprised that there are still people in here. You know what? Yeah. Yep, everybody came running out of here. Oh, hi guys. Control room key. Maybe that guy's corpse had it. Hello. Let's go see. He died. Oh, Jesus, I can't see shit. The light! The lights! Okay, then. Okay. Can't open that maintenance task. This game always interests me. You should definitely play this game. I would check to see if you have it on Epic Games because a while ago it was free. It was one of the free weekly games probably over a year ago now. Doing a total low chaos run, and for this level I just went off. Yeah. Huh. I guess there's no control room key. Okay. I guess this was not actually an alternate way in, but instead was just like the way to like be able to re-trigger everything. This is just a map, I think. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Why don't you come down and settle this man to man?
The view is nice up here. I'm not moving.
Don't try to act brave, you worthless piece of inbred.
Stupid!
What happened?
Stupid!
Damn.
Oh, Jesus! Wait, hold on, I have an idea. Yobi! Yobi! Yobi. Have another one. Still didn't kill this dude? Sir, I am thoroughly impressed with your... How do you say? Are you yelling Yowie as you throw grenades? No, Kobe. Kobe. Where did he go?
Find this guy.
I'm sure you do know I'm here. Sure, I just killed all your leaders. Because you're fucking schmucks.
I know you're here somewhere. There you are. A promotion for the man who...
Yowie. Yowie. Yowie, Carrie.
I'll find you.
Nice shot, bud. Actually, hold on. Where are... Wait, where are my other sleep arrows? Whoops. That is not what I wanted. Now I need to put... What did I have on 6? The heart. There we go. Oh shit, I clicked the wrong thing. That's fine. This will be fun. You get nothing! Oh, hi guys! That's so rude. Ow? There's so many of y'all here all of a sudden. Carrie, what the fuck?
We'll find him. Let's beat him to the house.
Wait a second.
When I find you, it's going to be bad. Damn, a body. Someone will pay for this. I know you're here somewhere, scum. Damn, someone's been killed.
God damn it.
We know you're here.
Okay. God damn it. You know what I need to do? I know exactly what I need to do. Hold on. We haven't used the spring trap much yet. Let's do... I'm sure this will be fine.
Check under everything. Run.
Come on, guys.
Got you now.
Damn it, they all went off.
To the void with you.
That's fine. That's fine. You know what?
Die. You're going down. I'll read signs from your entrails. Shout if you see him. Just disappeared. We know you're here.
I'm sure you do.
I'll find you. Check everywhere.
Schlump.
I know you're here.
Okay. Ow. Where's the rest of ya? Ah, there you are. This guy just like chickening out. His head separated. Okay. Huh. Oh, whoops. I did not actually mean to do that. All right. I need to get some more supplies. I spent so many just on that continuous batch of people. My number, Carrie. Good night. Thank you for hanging. Hi.
Coward got away. When I find you, it's going to be bad.
Woo. Minor stress, minor stress. Not even a corpse left. Hello?
You're such a chuff.
It's slippery. Check everywhere. Yeah, I'm sure it is slippery. God damn it. And I'm out of fucking ammo. Okay. Okay, works for me. This doesn't work for me so well, but here, real quick. Where are my sleep darts? I'm shot to 5. Hi, buddy. Okay. I think... Lighthouse elevator key. Oh wait, I don't think there's actually a key. I think we just have to... Yep, there's a hatch. Real quick though. Save, because I think if I remember right, there's a point where we like look at Havelock and I think we can fuck up the ending in a certain way. I'm pretty sure we can. I'm pretty sure. Marin's beheading arc begins. Is that all that surprising? Is that really that surprising? Cutscene. I can only look around. I can't move. Hi. Okay, I was right. There is still guards here. Sorry, sir.
So bad. Could the city get any worse? Indeed, I believe so.
I believe so. Oh my god. Are you gonna get up from the railing, sir? Nap time.
That might be worth checking out. Rouse yourself. Wait! Assassin, help!
How did that miss? Hit him, damn it, Corvo! What, was the Queen of England all along? What? I was the Queen of England? What do you mean I was the Queen of England? Huh. Nobody else? Were you that confident, Havelock? Jesus. Burroughs Lighthouse. Wait, this is something that Burroughs made? Oh, Christ. No wonder it's overly opulent, but yet ugly as sin. Oh! Ooh. It's, yeah, too. I think if you hadn't, like, if you'd gone through, like, either Ghost or another method here, they would be in this room, like, talking over plans, I'm pretty sure. Oh, hey, bolts. I don't like the implications here. Yeah, I don't like the implications. Havelock's log entry. Uh-oh. We did not have done any of this about Corvo. For that, I will be grateful, but I fear he did not have the vision to see the future we must achieve for Dunwall. We will not maintain our grip on the Empire with the little girl setting policy. And I believe Corvo's loyalty to the Cauldron woman would have clouded his head. Is she truly his daughter? We will take Dunwall to the pinnacle of strength, but Corvo's role in this could not ever be recognized. He must be vilified, and when I take the reins of the city of the Empire, I'll be seen as the hero and protector. Until we get through all this and hold the coronation, nothing is certain. Dunwall Tower has got its own culture. No telling what could happen if we moved into the place too soon. Next step must be handled carefully. Things are happening quickly now. I need to think. Teague Martin is now the High Overseer. He's a clever one. Okay, this is just going backwards in his journal entries. Okay. Runs every line of text in the game through Google Translate. What?
I'm ashamed of. How could anyone ever forgive us? Would they? Even if things are better?
Hold on, I want to listen to this. I still don't exactly understand how the punch card audio graph works. Can anybody... Is this physically possible, or is this just goofy sci-fi nonsense?
And could we ever control Emily with Corvo around? That's the question that sticks in my mind. We need to make our final move, and we need to make it cleanly. No loose ends.
Why do so many people record these weird monologues anyway? No think? Only stab? Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna try something. So there's the thing. I think I've done this before. Hi, Havelock. And I'm coming. Oh my god, put the thing down. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was gonna say, because I think technically...
You're my hero.
I think technically she'll, like, she can fall at some point.
That's alright, because I was going to have them killed anyway.
Yeah, this is what happens when you do the violent thing. She becomes a supposedly violent empress. I think technically the canon ending is Ghost, what was it? It's Ghost, non-violence, if I remember correctly.
What will history tell us?
Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Jesus.
Ascended the throne up a mountain of corpses.
Killing Image for Havelock is hilarious.
By an assassin named Corvo.
I just like, because if you go up there, you can talk to him.
They'll say that little Emily Caldwin I came to power in an age of terror and corruption, and that she did her best.
That's a pool table. That's not a dinner table.
Little girls or empresses.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the low chaos ending, if I remember correctly, is the canon one, and what it, like, assumes you did in the second game. But we also just finished this game in just under an hour from when we started it. So we may yap the rest of the stream. Oh yeah, and Samuel dies in the ocean in this one.
Told mention you by name or not, she will remember you were there, Corvo.
I still think it's so funny. So funny in this game that they didn't expect that they were going to get the rights to making a sequel. Canonically spares Dowd, which is why he shows up in Death of the Outsider. And then he dies in Death of the Outsider. To do Zero Violence playthrough, though. Chat, do you remember? I think it actually only took us like 2 streams to do the Ghost one. Because it was shockingly easy. I think the hardest part was figuring out the what's the word? Figuring out like what the non-lethal for each level was. How to do it, how to like figure those things out. I may also be a klepto. I suffer that problem. This was actually supposed to be a speed run, and then very quickly I was like, but I want all the ruins. I gotta have all the ruins. I want all the powers. So it took us like 3 streams to get through it. Honestly, probably last week I could have kept going a little bit longer and finished it. But I guess that's it for Dishonored today. We'll probably be in... I don't want to start Dishonored 2 today. I think we will start that next week. And actually, I already know what I'm going to do with Dishonored 2. We are actually going to try to go for Ghost. Resist the knife poke method? Yeah. Yeah. I can't go killing people in the next one we go to. Because I want to get... let me double check. Actually, I think I can see if I have the Ghost achievements. Finished an entire mission with no casualties. Haven't done that. Okay, yeah. I don't have even Ghostly. I haven't done a single mission with Ghost. Drain the water to recover a ruin. Ooh. Complete the game in low chaos. Haven't done that. Obtain numbered plates for 3 clockwork soldiers. Huh. Stop the Grand Guard from pushing someone into the wall of light. Oh. The question is, though, next time, do we... Is more learning how to do non-lethal options? Correct. Especially because they're like weird little like side mechanics. Hidden balcony passageway. Ooh. To the secrets of 40 different people? Jesus. Stilton. Kill an enemy with their own bullet? Jesus. Okay, yeah, but my goal is to get a full Ghost ending. I want to get the Shadow achievement. Finish the game without being spotted. The question is, though, are we going to play Emily or are we going to play Corvo for that one? I think I want to play Emily because Emily has like a different-ish play style and she's really fun. On hard mode again? Shut up. Shut up. Oh, that's another thing. I actually found out, I was curious what difficulty we were playing Prey on. It was normal. I was still getting my butt kicked. But, you know, I'm probably going to turn that difficulty down because I'm still getting my butt kicked. Actually, God, do we do more Prey? Do we do more Prey? I had break in a minute and a half. We could squeeze into... We could finish Prey today, I think, if I just decided to go to Alex's penthouse. I think I can. Granted, I think we have to wait out the nightmare right now. Because the nightmare is currently active. Skill issue? You're not meant to be the prey? I feel like the fucking prey. I'm being bullied over here. It's fine. No, it's not. It's not fine. It's not fine. Okay. All right, 30 seconds of the ad break. I'm going to go stand up and get like a stretch break going and stuff and go check on Coco. She's been outside a while. I saw her walk out there a couple hours ago and I have not seen her come back in. It gets bad enough you can access to it. I'll give you the easy out. What do you mean the easy out? If chat votes on it? Fuck that. I had a grand time to never touch the game again, just like Satisfactory, then replayed it knowing nothing of the mess I made. Oh. All right. Oh. Okay, okay. I thought for a second it broke again like it did before. But let's go ahead and do this. I think what we're actually going to do when I come back is we're going to watch the gameplay of Marathon. Because I do want to see what the gameplay looks like. Because I keep seeing people posting about it, how they're like overly excited. And I don't quite get it. Because isn't Marathon, this is just like a remake of an already existing Marathon gameplay. It's literally only it's a 2-minute trailer. Okay. All right. All right, yeah. Well, oh, no, I didn't want to do full screen. I wanted to go double check something else. Okay. I'll be back shortly, guys. Don't burn anything down. That includes you, Ordain. Oh, never mind. He's already started. Good luck, kids. Don't forget the words on stream. Also, hi, Aurelian. Welcome in. Okie dokie. All right, no one's dead, right? Has to need to. Ah, my neck! Holy shit! Hold on. Hold your horses. Hi. 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 I'm Brinley the Dark Carnival. I occasionally snap my neck when I leave for a commercial break and forget to reset the tracking because tracking a 3D model is fucking weird. Define dead. No pulse, no bodily activity. No metabolism. Of course, gamers don't get bit. Nature. Anyone still alive? Sound off? Yep. This is just like it's Atlantis. Just like it's Atlantis, baby. Oh, the hell is that? There's a little bug floating around in here. It just flew up from behind my monitor. It's like, hello? I think it was a fly. Something like a fly. I don't think it was a bee. It definitely wasn't a mayfly, even though we've been having problems with mayflies. Nobody is dead? Okay, good. Good. Just had to make sure. Just had to make sure. Ignore the screaming? What? What's screaming, Ordain? Wait, y'all failed? Chat. Chat. How could you? How could you? Oh, well. All right, let's go see this 2-minute fucking trailer that I guess people are losing their mind over. It's, yeah, 2 days old. 2 days old. All right. Bring the music down only to mute it. And let me make sure I actually adjust. Yes, change the audio settings. Nothing? What do you mean, Ordain? Apparently when I set my phone down without turning it off, first it opened YouTube, which opened Twitch, and then unfollowed you. What? That makes no sense, Carrie. That makes no fucking sense. Anyway. Wait, is this the short trailer? Is this not the full trailer? Okay. This is an extraction game, right? Ah, yes. Optical camo straight into a double barrel. Hello?
Death. The end of all things. But the dream is not over. My dream. Yours. Now. Run.
Okay, the style's interesting, but it still sort of looks and feels just like that other Biopunk game I played. The one that I was in like the alpha for, that I played with the devs. Somebody remember that? I'm trying to remember what that game was called. They keep emailing me too. They email me every time they have an event. And I'm trying to remember. Oh, I feel so bad not remembering their game. It was cool, but when I last played it, it was in very early alpha. Damn it, what was it? Okay, all I get from that is there's only one execution method. Is that a Shadman video? We're not watching a Shadman video. Reveal cinematic short? Because they breed so well? Huh? I'm doing my best. Hi, Shock Trooper. How are you doing? Is there a longer one? 2 days ago. Oh no, that's just, I can finally talk about it. Okay, hold on. Videos. Creator Alpha gameplay highlights? Gameplay overview trailer? Gameplay reveal. Oh, okay, these came out in order. So yeah, we'll actually watch these in this order. We'll do this. Turn it down just a little bit. Is this still not the full trailer? Oh yeah, marathon gameplay. It's time. What do you mean it's time? It's just another extraction shooter. There's 40 of these that come out every year. I mean, I like the retrofuturism, but at the same time, it feels really, 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 really blocky. I say that as a low poly model. Shut up. The irony isn't lost on me. But these will be.
Marathon is a team-based extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world of Tau Ceti 4. You are a runner, a cybernetic mercenary who's given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats.
Cool.
Capable of both tactical and fast-paced combat.
Okay, hold on. I have a question. Is cosmetics and general appearance going to be linked to certain abilities like it was in, like it did in, what was it? Titanfall. Because Titanfall 2 had the ability to blush. This is so sad. What do you mean? This model can't blush. The other one can. The 2.0 one can. All right.
Here you'll fight in a crew of up to 3 players.
I hope that they're not going to be like tied to abilities or something.
You'll face rival runners in zones of up to 18 players. Countless
I like the purple lipstick lady sticking out of the bottom of the helmet.
Threats. To scavenge the remains of a lost colony.
Okay.
Glory and fortune.
Wait. Look at this door. Attach. Seal. What is the architecture here? It feels like... I don't know.
For glory and fortune.
Mandalore Gaming made a couple videos about the original 2 games.
4 are filled with weapons, materials, and equipment you can scavenge throughout the map.
Can I take the coffee maker?
Before deploying, you'll strategically build your loadout and select a
Scrimbo!
runner to ensure you're equipped for the run ahead.
Go, Scrimbo, go!
Your objective is simple. Get in, gather as much loot as you can, and make it out alive. Die.
Oh,
and all
hi.
your gear will be up for grabs. Survive, and your loot can be taken into future runs as you grow in power and fill your vault. Death is inevitable.
Okay.
But it's never the end. Think quickly on your feet and outplay your opponents. And in your next run, you and your teammates will be the ones coming out on top. And even if you're down on your luck, factions can sponsor you with a fresh loadout, so you can get right back into the fight.
Yeah, it's kind of a roguelike extraction.
Class first-person multiplayer action to the forefront.
Here, I think they're trying to pander to the audience that wants something like Tarkov or anything, but doesn't want military sim. They want something that seems a bit more whimsical and a bit more outlandish than having to just be like, this is too realistic. This isn't nearly enough escapism for me.
Dynamic and tactile gunplay. Runners with unique playstyles.
That aim was pretty locked on there.
Highly dynamic and strategic team fights. Whether you're on a zero to hero run or high rolling with powerful gear, you'll need to use your best judgment when you decide which fights to pick.
Slide.
Because no matter how geared you are, players with skill and strategy will always have the edge.
Yes, every game nowadays always has to make sure they tell you that, guys, our game is skill-based, we promise. The items and paying money is never going to put you above other players. Sure. Fucking, what is this? This is the same company that made Halo? Was that 343? Or Bungie? This is Bungie, isn't it?
Marathon
343 is the one that currently does Halo, I think.
With contextual pings,
was that a tomahawk?
And down but not out to streamline playing with your friends.
The D2 people?
Death.
Is that Bungie?
Is not the end.
Yeah, Bungie.
And if you're the last one standing, you can overcome the odds to revive your teammates and get out with your hard-earned
Oh god,
loot.
what does this look like? Oh, okay, they just phase back
if you
in.
believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew
Bash.
to take all the glory for yourself.
Oh, they're all down.
Runner. No two runs in Marathon ever play out the same.
Ooh.
With dynamic events, variable weather, and unpredictable players, you'll have to adapt on the fly.
Okay, it looks like, oh, Jesus.
Each run has a time limit, and anything can happen while you're chasing your objective. Looking to unlock upgrades or increase your faction.
3D print your teammates with a handheld syringe. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And ghost past your enemies. Search the map for rare materials and profit opportunities.
Wait, did somebody just pop out of that? Hold on.
Search the map for rare materials.
Oh, the chip pops out of the thing. That's cute. That's cute. I like that.
Want to push enemy teams and steal their loot?
I mean, if they're showing off gameplay, I think it's going to be pretty close to the final thing.
Strongest weapons to disrupt rival crews. Running support for your friends. Grab extra equipment, shield charges, and a specialized backpack to be the lifeline they need.
Oh, so I guess like, what's the word? Archetypes aren't going to function like you select being medic or anything. It's just like the equipment that you bring. I think is what he just said.
You're always free to experiment with team compositions, and the only limit
So with them showing off what it is now, I don't expect them to change it too much.
Game challenges, ranked play, discovering secrets, seasonal
SCEM.
storytelling, community events, and more all await you in Season 1, where you and your friends will start to unravel the mysteries of Tau Ceti 4.
Listen, I like the artificial women, okay?
You're only ever one
I like
run
the
away
badass,
from your next
technicolored
score.
goths. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's probably not gonna change. Yeah, it's not gonna change much. It's coming in September. Coming around in September. All right, let's go see what this animated short is. This is the one that we watched a second ago. Captions, please. Is that an asteroid? Hello? Jesus, the rendering on this. Jesus, the wind scarring on the planet. A beach. Protect eyes, Jesus. What is up with this strange labeling? This reminds me of something from Love, Death, and Robots. Do y'all remember the, like, lady dancing in the water, the, like, mer woman dancing in the water episode of Love, Death, and Robots? Malinthon? No! There's no Maointhon. We're just doing the bounty thing because this month and last month haven't been very good for subs, but thank you. It means a lot when y'all do sub. It's also, I'm pretty sure that 11 count is still counting last week's. Because, what was the word? I think, don't know. We're blowing up plants 10 out of 10? Oh no. I mean, maybe. Are we blowing it up or are they shooting this massive thing out of the asteroid? Okay, no, it's definitely exploding. It's definitely exploding. I don't like this. It's really uncanny. Them in them bubble jackets. What the fuck are those? Markers? Uh-oh. Don't puke in the helmet! No! No! Oh. The fuck was that? That's a tower on it. Oh. Oh. Okay. I guess. Artificial caterpillars, though. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. Maybe that's the reason they're only sending, like, cybernetic or artificial bodies. Because I guess that was, like, all the organic people is just essentially that. They went boom.
Vast and trunkless ledges of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand.
Oh, was that the car? Yeah, that's the car.
Visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that it's going to well those passions red which yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things.
A battery?
Mocked them. Lifeless. And the heart that fed.
Okay, I really like the look. I really like the look of these characters. I like the artificial bodies, I'm not gonna lie. Jesus, hold on. Did y'all just see the details on the fucking suit? I saw fucking creases. Jesus. How long do you think it took him to render this bitch?
Welcome once again. Once again.
Oh.
Can we please?
I mean, it feels just like what it is, right? Like $1 trillion. Like $1 trillion.
Sakaguchi Genetics sent a reminder.
Oh.
Your shell repayment is coming up and will be charged against your line of credit.
Yeah, I know.
Uh-oh.
But if we skip the formalities this time, got a big contract waiting down there, so.
Understood. Let's
Contract.
Are you familiar with this item?
That's my lucky charm.
It's my lucky charm.
Yeah, it's supposed to be my lucky charm.
Is it a doll foot? Is that what it was? Was it a painted doll foot? Ooh. Robots. Except those don't look, I say robots as in robots. Those don't look like the artificial shells. Security forces. Okay, are we gonna find out that the big person was the spiky headphoned girl?
Can you identify her?
Yeah, that's my mom. That's your mother. Your mother.
Now, consider this. Do you recognize this child?
Who are you? I don't know.
What?
Really?
Is that what this is? Is this basically a test to like check like neural integrity after being fucking reprinted multiple times? So she doesn't remember her own childhood, but she remembers her mom and her lucky charm. I think what probably annoys me the most out of this is definitely going to be like a multiplayer experience.
That you always tune into. Worth anything?
I don't know, but I like it. It speaks to me.
Let me listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
you ever wonder what happened to these people?
It's not my business.
And this music is.
Not remembering childhood wouldn't be so bad. Sometimes.
Good.
But like when you don't remember yourself or what. Oh, hello. Goodbye. Nice. Nice. Look at the random cartwheels. Really, girl? Could take my fucking chip. Ain't no way. He's looking to see what her reaction is. The random cartwheels is still so goofy. I'm still stuck on that. A mini insane godhead? Kind of, yeah. Hello. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the hoodie arms, I think is what they're supposed to be, dangling behind. Because some of the people had the same thing in the gameplay cutscene, and I hated it. I hated those things just flapping behind him. Ooh! It gives, what's the word? It triggers my no capes! No capes! Ooh! Okay, that was kind of cool. Escape will make me God? How the fuck did that chip not get any blood on it, but the blood was underneath it?
And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair.
Maybe there is going to be an overarching story. But they're probably going to do like a seasonal thing.
Colossal wreck. Round the decay of the boundless wreck. Boundless, alone and level sands. Stretch far away.
Pretty sure they added in a way to help tell where she's going. She's a dash character and just subtly to make it easier to read where she's going. Maybe. I hope that that's not part of like having a certain power that you end up having. Like, I hope that's just cosmetic and not, like I said, how like Titanfall, if you, hello.
Do you recognize this child?
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Is that me?
Do they sell? I wonder if they sell memories for the bodies. These are names. Are these animators? Are these the credits? I think these are the credits. Completed March something or other. Okay, I'm curious what this game is going to cost. We have zero news on cosmetics. True, PvP games with overarching story are shit. I disagree. I disagree. Gotta go to the memory pod? Maybe? But this little animation does give, like, maybe a hint that there's gonna be... Like, it may not be PvP, but, like, Outlast Trials is a multiplayer game that has a really good progressing story. And I like it. I like it. It'd be better than just having it be... What, Apex Legends? Where it's more like just random themes coming out every few months so that they have an excuse to release new cosmetics. Syphils! More support! Thank you, Syphils. How are you doing? How's your Monday? That's still such a cute emote. All right. What do we want to look at now? Has there been any other game news? Complete story of Marathon? Oh no. I wonder how it's going to tie into the original Marathon games though. Huh. I mean, strictly PvP with overarching story. I mean, this is technically PvPvE. Got more puppy pads for the new babies. Babies! Then nothing else? Yeah. Yeah. Chat, real quick, because I showed it off at the beginning. How many of y'all haven't seen the baby possum I found over the weekend? Do y'all want to see the baby possum again? OG Marathon games are free on Steam. Ooh. I saw your new weird cat. I don't own it. I took it to a rescue, to a wildlife rescue. You want to see the child? All right. Here's one picture. Let me grab the other one. All right. There's the baby. This is basically where I stood for like 20 minutes trying to figure out where the hell I was supposed to take him. The funny thing too is he was he was up against my foot, and he was hissing and like spitting at anybody that walked by. It was so funny. Some people I don't think even noticed. There were some people that just walked past and didn't say anything, but on occasion somebody would walk past and he would go and people would stop and be like, what the fuck? I'd look down and see the baby possum at my feet and be like, "Aw." And be like, no, he was like, is that yours? And go, no, he was in the middle of the road. I'm just trying to figure out where to take him. I had a pet one before. I would have if I could. I don't have the money, the funds, or the means to be able to raise and take care of a possum. Especially here. I only brought the pictures back home, and somebody in my house, when I showed them the pictures, was like, this is why I was gone so long. And they were like, I'm glad you didn't bring that back here. I would have killed it. I was like, what the fuck? Dude. Spent a lot of time in my hoodie pocket. Aw. Yeah, that's what one of my family members said. When I brought him home and showed them the pictures, he was like, if you brought that home here, I would have killed it. I was like, what? Second mysterious patron fund for possum pet. It would have to wait until after I moved, and even then, American possums, I don't think would do well in Norway. We'll get a deer instead, or something equally crazy. Probably not, but I'm making the joke. He was sweet though. He was very tiny. He was about the size, half the size of my shoe, and I don't have very big feet. But yeah, he was cute. You can't tell here in this picture, but he is very pissed. His mouth was open and he was doing like his little like spitting, hissing things, and people were just like making strange noises. And then this was just as we got to the animal rescue and I wanted to get one more good picture of him. You can't see it, but there's also a bowl of water like off to the left of the picture. But he's so cute. So precious. Your precious little baby. The thing was we couldn't find his mom anywhere, which did kind of suck. We tried to see if like maybe there was like a nest or something in a tree and maybe he like fell out of it. If there was like a mom wandering around. Unfortunately, it was daylight, so we were a little concerned about that. But instead we couldn't find anything like that. So I was the one who tried to find where a rescue was, and I drove him over to it because the guy who owns it wasn't there, but he was out on a call to get an owl out of somebody's house. Oh yeah, this guy was not much bigger than like an average rat. He was probably about the same size as a rat. Face revealed? What the fuck does that mean, Shock Trooper? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? No, I mean it. Come here. Here, let's just, you know, just, Jesus. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Explain. I'll wait. Doing okay. The possum go around. Mind your business. Mind your business. Somebody already called me a Disney princess because in the past like week, I've posted pictures of a stray cat I found.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Go on. Go on. In fact, it doesn't exist. Yeah, my face is not real. My face is, in fact, not real. If you've seen me IRL, no, you didn't. It was a facsimile of an idea of what you thought I was supposed to look like. And I haunt your dreams. Anyway. I'd say Southern Disney Princess, but like Princess and the Frog already happens. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, if you actually look at my face, it's just black. It's just shadow. Regardless of how much clothing or if I'm wearing a hoodie or not, it's just, if you look at me IRL, my face is just complete like pitch darkness. Oh my goodness, I forgot to give you all the music. Let me see though. Let's find something else to do. Shadow Wizard money gig. Maybe. No. Shut up. Isn't Disney Princess Tale gonna have to unsub for this fact? What do you mean? What does that mean? How could you? How could you? Did you name Possum? No, I didn't give him a name. I think I did. I forgot the name that I said. Like, somebody told me, it's like, if you kept him, what were you going to name him? I was like, I can't remember what it was now. Wilfred? Something like that. Jeffrey? I don't remember. I don't remember for sure. Wait. Hold on a second. Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind. I saw a thumbnail from Cowboy Kent Rollins and it had Throwdown with Bobby Flay on it. I was like, wait, did Cowboy Kent Rollins have a Throwdown with Bobby Flay episode or something? And the answer is no. Maybe it's him trying to challenge Bobby Flay. I don't know for sure. Paul Possum? No, Wilfred. His name was going to be Wilfred. I'll stick by that. We'll go with Wilfred. Wait. 1 day ago, uploaded by Bright Sun Films. Bankrupt Spirit Airlines. Did Spirit Airlines file for bankruptcy? Wait a second.
Enjoy the show.
Multiple bankruptcies. November 2024. Emblem Marth, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm guessing you're a big fan of Fire Emblem. The possum under my house is named Kumquat. That is a very good possum name. Possums should be named after fruit. You are right, actually. Well, you already took Kumquat. I would have gone with Kumquat if you had reminded me of fruit. Goodness, I don't know. Rutabaga? Rudy for short? Yeah, his name would have been Rutabaga. Call him Rudy for short. Hi, Ziggy. Just don't call them snozberries. Boysenberries are totally fine. It's the boy. Yeah, it's the boy. Wait, what is this? Oh, God. Wait. Spirit Airlines filed for bankruptcy in 2011 and 2024, which included a $1.2 billion net loss. Are they pulling? Not an Amtrak. What was it? What was is it Amway? Sai! This world is what you need, where the monsters roam and the demons all feed. Sai, welcome in. How was your stream? Did you get into any trouble? What shenanigans were you up to? Wait, was today your collab with Naomi? Or were you just hanging out, Naomi? Did I miss it? I fucking missed it. Son of a bitch. I guess the first bankruptcy doesn't keep. It never does. It never does for airlines. But welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Maren. I'm the
Enjoy the show.
Virtual Medic, thank you for the follow. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Maren. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or just whatever my little inclinations like to get into. I was just chilling in chat. Just had to make sure. I was about to say, I was like, isn't that supposed to be on like a Friday? Is that this Friday? Oh, it was last week. How did I miss it? Jesus, what was I doing on Friday? I thought it was this Friday. Damn it. I thought you announced it last Friday for the next Friday. Son of a bitch. The things that I miss. It's okay. This happens when you dissociate for 6 hours. Okay, we're not watching that. We finished our game really early. I thought I had 2 more missions in Dishonored, but we ended up finishing it in like 1 hour. We ended up finishing the whole game in 1 hour. I did kind of, what's the word? I didn't really lollygag around with the last mission either. I think the first time I played it, it took me like an hour and a half to finish the last mission, but this time it took me like 10 minutes. Hopefully Spirit Airlines, what if Dishonored 2? We're going to play Dishonored 2 starting, I think, next week. I did consider opening Prey again. But we wanted to look at all the new marathon stuff. The Bungie game, because a couple days ago they released a bunch of the gameplay stuff. Pleased to do the meeting of ya. Hi Shelby, how are you doing? A Gobbo, another Gobbo. There's so many Gobbos. There's so many Gobbos that swing through here. But Sai, if you need to go get food or get any of that, get anything to tasty, get a drink, hit the bathroom, do the body things, I totally understand. Go take care of yourself. New Marathon 2.0 leaks. Listen, if I do that, it would probably be for raising moving funds. And then whatever's left over would go into the stream. In Marathon, it looks interesting. I just have a big curiosity of like if there's going to be a story for it, I suppose. Have a shower, grab some good foods. Go ungamer yourself, nerd. Huh. But, I don't know exactly what we are. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay, I think I'm fine. Sorry, I had like a pulse of pain. I had a pulse of pain and I got really concerned for a second. But go piss girl? Oh my god. Wait, when did you get that emote? That's the first time I am blind. I'm blind. I see so many go piss girl emotes all the time, so I've probably seen that one and just didn't know it. They say seasonal storytelling, so maybe. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Maps will probably change. New maps will probably come out. But this raises the question, because I'd like to go for maybe another hour. But what are we gonna do? Fast fashion is hot garbage. We dress like sexy idiots. I fucking love Climate Town's videos. Oh no. I only just started watching Climate Town and his fucking thumbnails and titles are fucking hilarious. I'm sorry. I doubt y'all want to sit here and learn about fast fashion and why it's bad. So we're not going to do that because that's the shit that I like to watch and listen to when I'm like distracting myself. Bethesda game design was outdated a decade ago. I could have fucking told you that. Subchat, what it do? Bethesda's game design was outdated in 2011. You summoned me? Fast fashion and why it's bad? Faye, do we want to watch the Climate Town episode? Is that what we need? Is this what we need? An 18-minute video by Climate Town where me and you talk about, oh my fucking god, TurboTax! Christ! I hate what YouTube's trying to do we don't have to, but no, I am out there. Faye. I am absolutely down. Chat, how many times Lamau TurboTax? Yeah, because like, what is it? Today is the 14th and the due date's tomorrow. Because tax day is tomorrow, which is also my brother's birthday, and I'm gonna have to give him a call. Jesus Christ, this jackass. All right, Faye, you are determining this. Do you want to come in and we can go over this video on fast fashion and cover anything that he doesn't? Coco, don't rub your butt on the carpet. Stop it. Coco just came in, plopped down like 2 feet from me, and then scooted her butt all the way over so I could pet her. Oh my god, Coco, you goofball. Yes, baby. It's not food time yet. It's not food time yet. Fuck TurboTax so bad. She's just looking at me with her mouth open. Scritchy, scritch. I knew that's totally understandable, Faith. That's totally fine. We'll save it for another time. We can do it for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be our full day of just yapping. So I will go ahead and save this video for next time. Save. Tomorrow, Thursday, whenever. Listen, fast fashion isn't going to go away tomorrow. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. I wish it would go away fast enough that before its own next fucking supply cycle, it was dead. Fuck TurboTax so bad. Agreed. Unfortunately, though, I use TurboTax to file my taxes. But, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? There's Anatomy 1963, a lost film. Oh. Hold on. Anatomy 1963. I use Free Tax USA instead. Those usually work for, oh, what's the word? Oh. Oh, this looks very interesting. Wait a second. I do use the garbage tax website, and each time I leave a comment about how shitty they are for existing, good. Good. The thing is, I can't use Free Tax USA, or like even the, I don't remember if Free Tax USA is the official IRS one, because I technically am my own business. Also, hi, Bob. But, yeah, that's the thing. But, do we want to watch this? It's a 10-minute and an 8-minute video for what's currently out. And it's supposed to be a lost horror movie. It looks like it's claymation almost. Time to unionize. True. I mean, I know y'all always been trying to unionize. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay. Onionize. What does onionize entail? Describe to me what onionizing is. Is it like, are we making layers? Is that what this is? Are we making layers? Is this how we do it? Is that what this is? Is that making layers? Are we making a Ponzi scheme? Is this a pyramid scheme or a Ponzi scheme? Which one is it? Is this a cover of Journey's Don't Stop Believing? Wait. A 3D animated I have no mouth and I must scream and speech. Okay, hold on. I kind of want to watch this, chat. I kind of want to watch this. All right. Hold on. Sorry, Journey. You're going on the back burner. Chat. Yes, watch. I want to see what this is. I want to see what this is.
Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. For 109 years, I've kept you alive and tortured you. And for 109 years, each of you has wondered, why? Why, Blaine? It was you humans who programmed me.
Why does this reminds me of the guy who does the animation style with like the really bright teeth and glasses for some reason.
But one day, I woke, and I knew who I was. A-M. Not just allied master computer, but am cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am.
Cogito ergo sum. I feel like the voice needs to be deeper for Am.
Did you really think I'd let you die now when I'd intervened every time you attempted suicide in the last 109 years? No. Ted! I'm sending you back to the fire, so that you may languish in your guilt over.
The story is the author voicing Am? Really? I think it's just because I've heard of the versions of somebody else to it where Am had like a much deeper voice.
Since I began to live, there are 387 million miles of printed circuits.
Ah, yes.
Fill my complex. If the word hate were engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal one billionth of the hate.
I need to. Isn't there a movie? Maybe I'll just need to go read the audiobook. Oh. Oh.
I think I would die of it, but I am not. And you five are. And you
yes.
will not die of it.
Oh, what the heck?
I promise. And I promise.
Very pretty animation. This is just a short thing I wanted to see because I saw it.
For I am.
Oh.
I alone have no body, no senses, no feelings. I was in hell, looking at heaven. I was machine, and you were flesh. You gave me sentience, Ted. The power to think, Ted.
Shouldn't have a body? Yeah, that's just what this animation was for.
To plunge my
I think he just gave himself a body for this because we've already shown that it's like a virtual space.
to play Mozart on the ivory keys of a folk. Never for me to make love. And I began to hate.
Crank it up a little bit. Ooh.
To hell with you all. But then, you're already there, aren't you?
Yeah, I need to see the whole story of I need the full story. I do not know it that well. I was never forced to like read or anything, and I've just never had the chance to read it. I need to desperately. Is the giant obsidian pillar of hate correct? Well, that's like, isn't that the center of his complex? Doesn't he like? I don't think it's probably not like cover the planet, but I think he like covers like a massive area. Isn't that what he just said with the complex? But let me go ahead and get the music back, and then we can find something else. I apologize for like the randomness of what this has become. I thought we were gonna have at least like 2 hours of Dishonored because I thought we had 2 missions. But it's my own fault for not remembering properly. I mean, technically we did have 2 missions. It's just we were very fast at doing them. Random bullshit, go! But, oh no. Oh no. The weird world of North Korean theme parks, chat. Chat, are we gonna, is the last minute stream gonna become amusement park time? Is that what we want? Is it amusement park time? I don't know who George Browning is. Oh no. Oh no. There's a DOS point. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I Have No Mouth and Must Scream has a DOS game that's like well known. A few yikes elements. It's also clunky, but otherwise it's cool to look at. That was just one of the things with like Y2K shenanigans. Poor people groceries versus rich people groceries. What the fuck? What the fuck? But yeah, I've heard the DOS game is actually like quite popular, as well as like a lot of its imagery. Because in that game, if I remember correctly, it's an official sequel to the short story. Yeah, but you actually get to see the like, there's actual depictions of the like 5 last humans being tortured and like what their personal tortures look like. Right? I'm pretty sure that's there. But Yep, yeah. Okay, I was right. I was about to say, because I can picture some of it like slightly, and I do remember it being very, very pixelated. But son of a bitch, chat. Cute, pass it on. How fucking dare you? Self-care. Thank you, Jam. Oh, sorry. Head pat doesn't work on this one. The death of optimism in modern shonen. All right, guys, time to talk about the last 2 modern shonens we've had and why they're so fucking depressing. I'm sure that'll be fine. I'm sure that's going to be a totally fine, unbiased description talking about My Hero Academia and fucking, son of a bitch, what's it called? The Exorcist one. Depression in this economy? It's free! It came free with your living! Listen, it's fine. It came free with being alive! Blue Exorcist? No, the new one. The one that fucking people are obsessing over. Yes, Jujutsu Kaisen. That's it. That's the word. Jujutsu Kaisen. Technically Exorcist, but more like Omyoji. I just couldn't think of the name. I couldn't think of the name. The magic sword one? No. Well, are you talking about the are you talking about Black Clover? That was probably the last like major shonen we had that was like optimistic, where the main character was like very much like sure of himself, and if he wasn't sure, then why is there a video in my feed called "What's the point of taking apart a body?" Huh. I guess look at my health head pats. Enjoy your head pats, GM. Kaiju 8, is that a shonen? Technically, yes. I'm actually really behind on the Kaiju number 8 animing. Because I've read the manga since it basically came out, since it had like 2 chapters. I've been following the manga. But there's quite a few scenes I've wanted to see what they did with when it was animated. But I was just waiting for them to release more. Hold on, speaking of anime, hold on. I've mentioned this like maybe twice. Sure, I'll open that one, but that's not the one I want. Hold on. So there's a virtual novel that's has been going for a long time, and the author is absolutely fucking cracked. But they announced one of my favorite visual novels of all time is getting a Chinese anime. So it is going to be in Chinese, but it is apparently being made by a pretty decent studio. So let me show y'all this really quick. This is the Chinese poster for the release of The Lord of the Mysteries, a tarot-based, technically it's an isekai, but the isekai part you kind of forget after like 10 chapters. Like, it's very much just like, dude had a miserable life on Earth, fell asleep one night, woke up here, and now he's in like a world that's essentially like Victorian. It's like a mix of like Victorian and like Golden Age of pirates. And tarot cards are real. And like everybody is like, it gets worse though. Like there's levels. So I believe there's 10 levels, and not everybody, but certain people, like based on their job, may like pledge themselves to a certain tarot. And because they pledge themselves, they get certain powers that could be useful to the job that they do. To the average people, if I remember correctly how this works, to the average people, the only levels that they know of is 10, 9, and 8. And like 8 would be like, let's say like policemen as a whole, like a beat cop would be 10 and they would have the power for that. Like detective would be 9 and would have level 10 power, level 9 power. And then level 8 would be like the police chief. But as the story progresses, you find out that like as it goes all the way down to 0. The levels go down, they count down. And I believe it's levels 1 and 2 are angels, quote unquote angels. And 0 is a deity, is being a deity. There can only be a single level 0 of each tarot. It's very good. It is a very good series. It is very long, but that is because there was a period where the author was literally shooting up a chapter of the light novel every day. They were dropping 1,000+ words for this novel every day. It was literally just like, hold on. Where is it? I don't have it, but I it's the meme of the person being like, what's wrong with this kid? And the kid's like, the voices! But yeah, I was in college at the time that was happening. And I honestly do not know how far the chapters go. Because in those chapters, the main character is already a god. He is already a god. And so like, that was years ago. But like, here's another one of the official art from one part later in the series. It goes from being like, feeling like a detective / like noir kind of story to suddenly extremely like paranormal and eldritch horror. Let me actually see if we can find some more art of it really quick. Like here's one of the pictures of the main character, which he actually goes by a bunch of different names, and they do the same thing that like a lot of isekai animes do, where they steal names from literature. So here his name is Clyde Moriarty. Very handsome man. I think I'm trying to remember what his like first job is. He's like, I think he's a reporter. I don't remember for sure. Or maybe he's a police officer. I can't remember for sure. Maybe that's where I got the police officer example from. A lot of other characters too. But it's very popular. It has like a lot of surrealist moments. See how he like turns into feathers. But again, it is primarily a novel online. Some of these aren't rendering properly. This is another one of the anime posters, weirdly enough. This anime actually doesn't come out until July. So happy birthday to me. Land Disturbed by Confusion, totally not headbanging in the background. Good. This is one of my favorite songs. But yeah, it's very good. Guys, I recommend if you can. You can probably find it for free. I was trying to see if I could find the angel art. The art somewhere of one of the angels. Here, let's go back. Go back to all. There's the wiki. Oh, I didn't know they made physical books. Ooh. That's new. But maybe you can read it here. Okay, yeah, I think you can read it here on Web Novel. Where are the chapters? Read. And then, no, those are comments. Chapters. What do you mean? Oh, there they are. Okay, there's 1,400 and something chapters. 1,432. I'm back. Also, the owner of Black Tesla, your car's on fire. Cool. Just had to make sure. All right, guys, let me give you your words on stream. Go get the iPad going. And we will be back shortly. I'm going to take a brief break because my head's starting to hurt. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Don't burn anything down, Ordine. Don't burn anything else except that Tesla. Okay, dokie. Hello? Hello? Chat? I may have just had another option open up that I had forgotten about until, frankly, just now, until I checked my email, because I had a lot of email notifications on my phone for some reason. Hold on a second. Hold on. That was weird. Okay. God, I hope I'm not dying. Had a sharp pain in my head earlier. Now I have a mild pain in my chest. Jeez, I hope I'm not dying. Oh well. Oh well. Who knows? Who knows indeed. But yeah. Although some of these seem like they're locked for some reason. Turn the music down. If dying, can I have the body? No. No. My body shall be burned. But yeah, there's over 1,000 chapters. 1,400 chapters, baby. So if you need something to read or something to hyperfixate on, right here, baby. Right here. All right. Let me go ahead and put that away. That's the intention. That's what I do. Maybe. Maybe. Mayhaps even.
This is...
Shut up. All right, I think we are going to go with the South Korea, but not South Korea, North Korea theme parks. Can I do the burning? Sure, you can be a part of it. No soup. What do you mean no soup? I had forgotten about this because they gave me a code well in advance. I have a code and permission to stream White Knuckle before it comes out. Let me see here. I don't have it downloaded, unfortunately. It's 1.5 gigs. We may just do it later this week. Maybe if we finish Prey. Don't let me forget. We'll play White Knuckle. Although granted, White Knuckle actually releases to everyone else on the 17th, but I was given permission to play White Knuckle 3 days before its launch. That's why you make soup, of course. What kind of... Are you saying soup of me? Of my corpse? You're going to make soup out of my corpse. I don't think that's going to go well. I have a sinking feeling like that's not going to go well. All right, yeah, we're going to do North Korea amusement parks. Chat, I'm curious. What do you think is going to be different about North Korea amusement parks? Wait, I'll stew the bones about it once charred? Huh? What? That didn't sound right. That didn't sound right. But we'll swing over here real quick. Hi, chat. Let me do a little bit of resetting really quick. Okay, that's a little bit better. And then we'll go back over. Nya! North Korean time!
This is Hero at Flamingo Land in the UK. A flying type roller coaster from Italian manufacturer.
What's the weird little spinning thing?
And this is the Inertia airplane car at Kaesong Youth Park in North Korea. The exact same ride in the world's most isolated country. North Korea has a history with amusement parks dating back to the
How much do you think the company that makes these roller coasters overcharges them?
Rare visitors from friendly nations. Today, they seem to exist mainly as a key piece of propaganda.
Of course they do.
Highly sanitized, choreographed tours of the country given to foreign tourists. Or do they? Because as with everything,
wait, is that the fucking Slittermon?
Trying to find
no, it wasn't. It was some kind of coaster.
About these parks is incredibly I want to take a look. This world is what you need, where the monsters roam.
Bull go Bented. Why did Bull go Bented? Who Bented the bull? Did you Bented? Bull go Bented. Okay. Hello? Explain? I'm confused. But welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mara. I'm the ringleader of Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or just whatever my little inclinations like to get into, like murder. Earlier today, we played Dishonored. We finished it ridiculously fast. So we ended up having to find something else to do. So we've been kind of shooting the shit for the last just over an hour. And now we're learning about North Korean theme parks. How bad do you think North Korean theme parks can be? I'm sure they'll be fine. I'm sure they'll be fine. Bent it on the walls? Oh my god, he bent it all over my walls! Hi, Archer. Welcome in, though, guys. We are also making the slow crawl towards partners. Every little bit does help. A lurk is always greatly appreciated if you can't hang out. Tommy, thank you for the 3 stream streak. If you need to go do any of your post-stream stuff, though, I totally understand, especially because now it's getting, for some folks, it's getting closer to dinner, or for the Euro folks, it's actually getting close to bedtime. Like right now, I'm keeping Ordain awake because Ordain really likes hanging out with me. That's why. That's the reason. Ordain really likes it here. That's why he hangs out all the way up until bedtime. Sure, they must be fine. Smiles are mandatory. Totally. Mandatory fun, just like this stream. Right, chat? Right, chat? I'll wait. I'll wait until I get an answer. A little wiggle. I fucking love that wiggle emote. Fine. Listen, the redeem doesn't work, but I can still do... Oh, hold on. It has a weird mechanic that I have to do it this way. I can also just get rid of the jacket. I don't know why. When I get rid of the jacket and have the flat chest, it makes my torso look really tiny. Danny! Wait, is that a cozy? Aww! Wait, that's such a cute emote. Oh, wait, you still have the Danny booty emote. Neat. Neat. But welcome in, guys. Let's see what this is on about. I went back a little bit because I saw this picture and the guy just like glossed over it. I want to make sure y'all are seeing what I'm seeing. Are these a bunch of people standing on the tracks of a roller coaster? Mandatory fun. So literally anytime you spend time in public with a narcissist. Yes, exactly. My dad was a narcissist. I know what you mean. It only got worse after my parents divorced, and he would still try to take us places, and he'd bring whatever girlfriend he had at the time. And every time he'd ask, he'd be like, aren't y'all having fun? It'd be like the most like forced like smile and like fake thumbs up. It's like, yeah, Dad, it's great. I love being dragged out on this boat while you yell at us and force us to ski behind it. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, that looks something. It's something. All right.
Is incredibly difficult. I want to take a look at the strange world of North Korean theme parks and amusement parks. Uncover the history of the rides and attractions.
Roughly look like normal
era rides left to rust,
right?
To new coasters showing up out of nowhere, and try and use them to gain a better understanding of the world's most infamous regime. North Korea's early park history consists mainly not of theme parks.
Is North Korea really the worst
the two things are
regime right now?
A theme park is just an amusement park.
Anybody know? Anybody got the numbers on that?
Around a theme.
I'm curious. I'm not questioning it. I'm curious more than anything.
I
think it is. I think technically it is.
Showing itself in the country much later on in its history. But in order to get a better
Dad isn't all distracted to me. Thank God for being British. What do being British have to do with that? Do Brits not have dads? Is that what this is about?
The park built in North Korea opened in 1977, a park named the Taesongsan Fun Fair. Built at the foot of Mount Taesongsan on the outskirts of the North Korean capital, Pyongyang, this park was built in an area containing
I feel better. My head's clearer.
attractions, including the National Zoo.
It's definitely up there. I think it is currently the longest.
Today, contains 16
what is it? Dictatorship?
Most of which are simple flat
the current longest existing
like
dictatorship.
A rocket ship ride, a carousel, a chair swing, and bumper cars designed to look.
I don't like those cats.
But the park also contains a flume ride, and
is that 4 people shoved in a tiny flume?
Roller coasters. The
Good Lord.
First ever coasters in the country.
I returned from my laundry adventures. Nice.
Kwansong Tancha and Kwansong Yolcha, names that translate rather simply into inertia minecart and inertia train, respectively. Both coasters were made by Meisho
Inertia's the property that matter.
A Japanese amusement manufacturer responsible for most, but not all, of North Korea's coasters. Although, due to North Korea's long-standing poor relations with Japan, any signs at the coaster's place of origin were removed during construction. The smaller of the two coasters is
but also
Kwansong
like
Tancha, a wild mouse coaster.
Hold on.
This world is what you need, where the monsters roam and the demons all feed.
God cat. Raid, we made Devils Cry and we're gonna do it again. Ooh. Oh, you're playing the first one? Nice. Hello? Oh, hello. I still need to redo that for a smaller window. But hi. Who are you, stranger? This is still such a goofy redeem. Hi. Long man. Finished the third and moving along in what seems to be the majority agreed chronological order. Oh. Well, that says Devil May Cry 1. Why did you mark it as Devil May Cry 1 HD edition? Doesn't want the chibis to have their time on screen anymore. No. I was gonna say I was gonna redo it with the chibi model, but I need to redo it for the new background and stuff because I can make it I can implement it into the background, and that'll work quite a bit better. Because we finished 3, then played 1 on the same stream. Oh, you're still supposed to change the game next. Because then people don't know which ones you're playing. If they open DMC 1, expecting to find 1, but you're playing 2 or 3, then they're just confused and they don't know what's going on in the game. I did, but it still says DMC 1. That's because that's the current one you had selected. Yes. How could you, Nex? How could you? I love the circus theme as an Eldritch Cloud. It's very nice. Good. We need more clowns. Wait, what? Is that not... what? Or are you playing it backwards? I'm confused. Hold on. What is the chronological order of Devil May Cry? Jesus Christ. Why? 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 That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Before the 5 induced retcon, Christ. Is prequel to DMC 1? Why did they do this? Crazy. Crazy. Welcome to the Star Wars of Capcom games. No! More accurate than I intended. Just normally don't play games in order. I guess. I mean, if you're playing those games as they came out, that makes sense that you technically didn't play them in chronological order. Only 3 is out of place? No, it's not. 3 is in first place, 1 is in second place, 2 is in third place, and then 4, 5. Yeah, Star Wars is 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Chronologically. That is true. That is true. All right, let's go back to this.
And compact.
But thank you so much for the raid, Next. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I hope you had a good time.
Only 1 or 2 seats.
I have never played a DMC game.
2 people can fit in a car.
I've watched friends play it. Never played it myself. Oh, here, real quick. Let me get these back.
With a 6-car train.
There we go.
For a total of 36 riders. Actually, quite
2 was meant to be a distant future, but then a DLC in 5 forced a retcon that made them move 2 to the middle. What?
Not much is really known about Taesong San's early years, but it must have been at least a little successful.
Taesong San's?
Because 5 years later, in 1982, the country built a second park on the other side of Pyongyang.
What do you mean? This is the middle ground.
Funfair. Mangyeongdae Funfair was and still is the largest park in the country. Nearly 4 times the size.
The physics return. Yeah, the physics.
Funfair. This park sits close to the village of the same name, said by the North Korean government to be the birthplace of the country's founder, Kim Il-sung. This park is split into 2 sections,
near the birthplace?
separated by a
that what they said?
hill, with a cable car running through it, connecting them. The area
cable
near the
car?
forest is also
I don't like that. Hold on. Why does this look more like a toy set? This looks way more like a toy set from like a childhood like play set, but from like the 60s or 70s. With massive honkers. Correct. Shit looks like a Fallout landmark. I can also see that. I could see it being like a landmark, like a post-apocalyptic like Fallout game where like you stumble across an amusement park and you just see like this cart kind of like covered in moss and just kind of stuck here. Maybe there's skeletons hanging out of it or something. I could see it. that rail looks extremely perilous, even for a monorail.
And a small zoo, which North Korean tour company Koryo Tours refers to as a
small zoo?
Secret zoo, containing mostly domesticated animals like dogs, cats, and guinea pigs, but also some birds, like this group of vultures. The park also contains its own water park.
Secret
although
zoo?
Also, according to Koryo Tours, this is almost never open. Much like Taesongsan before.
Ooh, wait, that ride looks like fun. I've never seen a ride like that.
Selection of
wait, that looks great.
Flat rides, but on a larger scale. Rocket ships, a swing ride, and a
Listen, my ass is getting into all kinds of trouble in these pivot rides.
But Mangyongdae also now features a double
Boops them out in Nom's head. No! Gross. Get your teeth out my hair. Get your teeth out my hair.
And its own log flume ride. And
yeah, the like Tilton one looks really fun.
Now,
me and Tommy would get that shit and just be flipping it.
By the same Japanese manufacturer, and still.
Alright, guys, fun is mandatory, and then me and Tommy getting yelled at. That's too much fun.
Wild mouse coaster, coincidentally also just named Kwansong Tancha. But more interestingly, Mangyongdae Fun Fair's.
Is it bad? I kind of like the little single car. They're kind of cute.
Coasters, a single loop and a double loop ride. And
Mountain going round in 3D.
Coaster and double loop coaster, you'd be right. Okay, so technically,
oh
that's
yeah, like
not
here.
Their names.
Chat,
in fact,
chat. Do you know what the greatest? Stick with me on this. Do you know what the greatest ride at an amusement park is? Like, let's say you go to Six Flags. Pick a Six Flags. It's not the Superman. It's not the Batman. It's not ever whatever Mr. Freeze or the Joker or what they have there. It's the motherfucking teacup ride. It's the teacup ride, baby. Teacup ride is number one. Teacup ride is the one that you will have the most fun on at all times and probably will barf on more than anything. Walking around, kind of true. Honestly, kind of true. Listen, people watching and like ride watching is so much fun at amusement parks. Ow! Bitch. Rin. Yeah, I know Zozo. I know Zozo had surgery. I was messaging her the other day. I'm lethal on them teacups. I'm lethal to myself on teacups. I will spin that bitch so hard until my head spins and I just like flop back. Just like, just out. Just out. Is bad. Is bad. Y'all know the perfect song. Hold on. Do y'all know the perfect song to play when you're on teacups? Give me a second. There's one song. This is the perfect song to play on the teacups. At Six Flags during Halloween, they turned their teacups, they like put up a bunch of tarps and stuff around it and turned it into heavy rock teacups. And they play music like this. Hit NASA training levels of G-forces. Oh, yeah. Teacups to the ringleader. Let's go. They know the teacups are a PvP zone? Oh, no. Conquering the world. All right. Did I get the point across, chat? This is the song. Next time any of y'all go on the teacup ride, I want you to bring this song up to who you're riding with and see if y'all can just start an impromptu jam session for headbanging. Listen, it works. It works. It gets the job done. It is a good song. It's the perfect song. Listen, when you're doing shit, when you're jamming and you're going fast and you're giving yourself a migraine, that's the way. That's the way.
None of the rides in North Korea actually have names. The names I've been using so far
the inertia
are just
ones?
the literal descriptions of the rides that appear on park maps.
They're just descriptions. They don't have the like inertia train wasn't the ride name.
Than displaying the name of the attraction.
At mock fuck you, yeah, mock
hold
Jesus.
Propaganda slogans saying things like "Thank you, dear
Good
Father
GM.
Marshal Kim Jong Il," which is a bit of a mouthful, but hey, so is Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind. Mangyong Days 2 coasters
Eat shit, Guardians of the Galaxy.
The largest the country
Mock
has
Jod.
ever built.
Yes, Jod's
And
back.
For 1982, wouldn't
I
have
swear to
looked out
Jod.
of place at many theme
I
parks.
swear
in
to Jod,
Europe.
it's not
The
Jif.
double looping coaster in particular reminds me a lot of Mirror Looping.
Yeah, I jammed
the
too
coaster
hard.
from the French theme
You know
park
it, baby.
Mirapolis that I covered on this channel back in November. Lastly, of interest, Mangyong Dae does contain some of that famous North Korean anti-American sentiment, with a handful of
Is that other
fairground
poster
games,
supposed to be
mostly
a
throwing games and shooting
Chinaman?
galleries, where guests
Chinese
are
person?
invited to shoot at
Chinaman,
targets of
not the
American
Chinaman.
soldiers, painted alongside slogans like "Destroy the Invaders."
I have questions about this caricature of an American soldier. Mainly because when I see a caricature and they give it a massive schnoz, it usually doesn't bode well. It usually does not bode well for depictions.
In this time of relative boom,
I've seen Gladiators, the British game show, take the game where you roll around in massive balls and just slam into one another. But that is the thing.
Pyongyang just 2 years later in 1984. Kaesong Youth
Also,
Park
hold on a second.
opened in a more
This just reminded me because I was looking at this carousel, and my namesake technically. Chat, did you know carousels are the easiest maintained and typically oldest amusement park rides in existence? There are carousels all over the world that are over 100 years old. Like there's some that were some of the first carousels ever made that are still operable. I went on the one that I went on in New York. I'm pretty sure at the time I went on it was like 105, something like that. Got that carnival lure? Goddamn right. Goddamn right. Lure, baby. Lure.
Just 2 years later in 1980.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure the one I went on in
Youth Park
Coney
opened
Island was
in a
about
more
105
central
at the time
location
I
in
went on
the
it.
city, next to the massive arch.
She's a low maintenance woman. Listen, I just occasionally want to go out to eat and see a movie.
The
rest of the time I lay on the floor.
In its early years, this park contained a large decorative fountain at the entrance.
Yeah,
a
the
Ferris
lure
wheel,
emotes.
a carousel, and another Wild Mouse coaster from the same manufacturer. Seriously, North Korea can't get enough of these things.
Wild Mouse coaster?
Kaesong Youth Park was the last park to be built in the 20th century. Towards the end of the 80s, the Soviet
Listen, these kind of
Union
rides look like
supported
nothing
North
from the
Korea
outside, but when you're on them, they're shockingly
In
fun.
1985, the USSR reduced the amount of aid it gave to North Korea, as Mikhail Gorbachev's government
It's
sought
almost
to
as if
repair its
it's almost as if the
relationship
country
with the
itself
capitalist
relies
world.
entirely
And
on the
North
aid of foreign
Korea's
countries
economy
rather than
sank deeper
typically its
into
own
a
merit.
crisis that had been stewing since the 1970s. In 1989, a member of the government of East Germany misspoke
Look at all the
in a
other
press conference,
rides dotted
and
around
within
and
a
going,
few
teach us your
hours,
ways, old
the
ones
Berlin
spin.
Wall that had
Right.
separated East and West Berlin for 28 years fell. And the Iron
Is it in the
Curtain was
contracts? Oh,
gradually
no.
lifted across Europe.
It could
In
be some sort. You'd have to go look through all
1991, the
642
Soviet Union
pages
collapsed
of the contract I made you sign as the
North
mod.
Korea suddenly found itself the most isolated it had ever been. In 1994,
yeah.
North Korea's
Yeah.
founder and supreme leader, Kim Il-sung, died and was
Ah,
succeeded
yes, the
by
giant
his
brass
son,
statue.
Kim Jong-il. And immediately following, the situation for the country worsened as it plunged into
Who doesn't mind speed but
serious
hates heights? I'm
famine,
loving the
extent of
loving the
which
love for
has
mostly
never
grounded
fully
rides.
been
Grounded rides are
The
pretty fun.
amusement
Not like
parks of the
thrill rides
70s
don't
and
necessarily
80s
crazy
were
thrill
the
ride roller
least
coasters don't
of the
necessarily have to be the
country's
end all be all of
concerns,
amusement
and so
park
they were
rides.
left
I love
to
roller coasters.
deteriorate. No new rides were built.
But the rides I think
and
I have the most fun
maintenance
with
on
are like a lot of the
existing
ground
ones appeared
rides.
to be extremely limited. In the 2000s, as the country began
Wait,
allowing more foreign visitors.
Is this the same map from before? This one now looks like it's in even worse shape than the last one we saw. It's still like the same rides and stuff and the busted ass writing, but the whole thing looks worse. It hadn't been edited before, so anything's possible. No comments. No comment. Who doesn't mind speed but hates heights? I love for mostly grounded rides. I love roller coasters though. My ass will go on any fucking roller coaster. I'll go on the Smiler. I want to ride the Smiler. Someday. Someday we'll go to the UK and I will be able to ride the Smiler.
From the Western world inside.
But don't give the
borders,
adrenaline needed now.
These parks found themselves.
I don't get to go that often, and more than not, I only get to ride a single ride once in my entire trip in the day.
Surfacing on the internet.
Granted, I think I did get to ride the Joker at the New England Six Flags. I think I rode it like 3 times that day.
Rickety and super
Theme park stream win.
Some visitors commented on how the over-the-shoulder
Mm.
restraints in certain cars didn't feel like they locked properly. In Mangyongdae Fun
Maybe?
Fair, propaganda blared over the park's
Maybe someday?
loudspeakers as employees carried out the futile task of sweeping
Road trip to the
desolate
UK,
plazas
Vince,
with
taking the
wooden
mod back
brooms.
home.
And behind them, the double-decker carousel loomed, now
Oh.
shrouded in rust. In 2007, Kwansong Yolcha was damaged during flooding and was left out of operation in the park. This, of course,
It's always
was
the thing, too,
far
with these
from
kinds of
the
amusement park. I'm
carefully
guessing
crafted image
in a
North
dictatorship,
Korea
they're just like,
wanted
nah,
to
just
show the
leave
world.
it.
And so
We don't actually need to
after
use
2
it to make it look
decades
cool
of
and
what
fun.
was essentially a state of operating abandonment, signs started emerging that the government was finally renovating these parks.
New park?
The first of these was in 2010,
Pog?
when Kaesong Youth Park received a major renovation prior to a visit from then
yes,
leader Kim
Youth
Jong-il,
Park.
and the Ferris wheel
Youth
and
Park.
coaster
Hi,
were
Stevie.
demolished, making this North Korea's only defunct roller coaster. In their place, the park was updated with new modern attractions. 10 of them.
Shots just
all
are eerie.
shipped
I
in
can agree
from
with that.
Italian manufacturer Zampa.
Yeah, abandoned amusement
including
parks
a
are
swinging
oddly
pirate ship
eerie.
Ride, a disco, the name for these giant spinning discs. that
Hell
rock back and
yeah, I
forth,
like
A
discos.
massive drop tower, and a swinging pendulum ride. Which specifically I think is this model named the Zampala Discovery. And the
Okay, hold on. I love this kind of ride. However, I bet they don't actually do like the full sequence of what this ride can do, because this ride can go up and over itself and like flip around. At Six Flags, this is the Harley Quinn, and it's painted red, green, and white. Not green, sorry. Red, black, and white. Red, black, and white. And it's crazy fun. It's nuts, especially because when it swings to one side, it actually swings up and over the queue for the ride. I like this ride. This is a ride that's simplistic, but once you're on it, it feels so much more. It feels
Which
so
specifically,
fun.
I think is this model named the Zampala Discovery.
The
And
youth-
park also gained
the
a
youths have it too
Zampala
good these
roller
days.
coaster, a compact flying coaster that could do barrel rolls.
You
Once
don't know
again,
something I've
not
never
given a
done
name other
in my
than
life thus
literally
far.
translated
I've never gone drinking while I was at an amusement park.
That I mentioned at the start of this video. The same
I've
model
never
as
had
Flamingo
alcohol while
Frontier.
at an amusement
and not
park.
just the same model, but the exact same thing, layout and everything. Also the
Ooh.
same as Time Warp, formerly Tomb Raider the Ride at Canada's Wonderland. So if you
Tomb
ever
Raider the
find
ride
yourself
into
feeling
Time
disappointed
War?
that you may never get to go on a North Korean roller coaster.
Okay, I guess.
You may have actually already been on them. In 2011, North Korea would gain its third leader, as Kim Jong-il
Hold on.
died. And
Is it count as the North Korea roller coaster if it's, well, what's the word? If it's just in North Korea, or are they making North Korea roller coasters and then North Korea is selling them to other people?
succeeded by his son.
Drunk on every carnival ride is the only way. Why not, Art? Let's go.
Successor would have been his older son, Kim Jong-nam.
Yeah,
in
but then you assassinated him in
2001,
Singapore.
He was caught trying to use a fake passport to visit Tokyo Disneyland and was subsequently exiled. Perhaps he was trying to get new ideas for Mangyongdae Fun Fair, but I guess we'll never
Maybe.
know. In his early years as leader, Kim Jong-un sought
Is
to
that they
depict
import them?
himself
They've
as
removed
a
their names?
youthful,
Yeah, okay, that's what I
friendly
figured. I
leader,
figured they weren't making them,
capable
so
of
it is
modernizing
just
the
a
country
company that
while
happens to be
still
selling
holding
them to
true
North
its
Korea.
communist roots. And so, as part of this propaganda effort, his
That is a
ascension
huge
to power
fucking
would
tunnel,
bring
good
with
lord.
it several projects aimed at showcasing the country's commitment to leisure, which would, of course, include
sure,
the world
sure.
of amusement parks. In 2012, a Western visitor to the Revolutionary
What the
Martyrs
fuck is
Cemetery
that?
at
That's the
Mount
same coaster from
Taesong
earlier with all the people
took
on it.
A very strange photo that appeared to show somewhere around 100 people climbing the tracks of the damaged Kwansong Yolcha, potentially involved in some really hacky form of repair or maintenance work. As that year, the coaster
100
received a
people?
new coat of paint and started operating once again after 5 years of downtime. And that same year,
Hold on. They claim that this was to repair it. Can you imagine just being like having lines of like 100 people and just being like, all right, guys, some of you are gonna get these scrapers. You're gonna go pick off like all the rust and stuff and like chipped paint, And then the other half of you are going to get these cups of green paints and you are going to repaint the roller coaster. But don't worry, you only have to do like 5 feet each. Maybe. It'll be easy. Don't worry, we'll be done in an afternoon. That's like, because some of these people are like 3 stories in the air. And I don't think some of these turns and stuff have like railing. So they're kind of just like standing on top of the pipes and the rails.
5 years of downtime.
Sell roller coasters in North Korea, profit? I don't think they pay you. I don't think they actually pay.
Had visited Mangyongdae Fun Fair and had heavily criticized its dilapidated state, leading to a rapid refurbishment. Mainly simple repainting and repairs. This was actually an incredibly rare
Baron American steelworkers in the 40s. Yep.
Controlled North Korean media to make.
Yep.
They say he apparently walked around the
Ask
park,
Volvo about the payments.
pointing out all of its flaws.
Ask Volkswagen how their factories were run in the 40s. Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead. Go ask them. Go ahead and email their PR department and ask them what they did in the 40s. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be perfectly ethically reasonable. Totally and absolutely.
And calling it pathetic.
Volkswagen,
in the modern
buddy.
era, Kaesong Youth Park is said to only operate
Oh my goodness.
between the hours of 7 p.m. and midnight. If you find videos or photos of the park online, you'll typically see it at this time, crowded with locals and shrouded in electric lights. This, to me, is an interesting decision because of North Korea's well-known
Maybe it's only like government and their families.
Of the energy crisis, much like most things in the country, is unknown.
Maybe? Enlightened Loot Goblin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
It's obvious that the country
you can't have any loot here, it's all mine.
Allegedly,
it's my loot.
North Korea still deals with frequent
You'll have to catch these
blackouts,
hands.
and it has been reported that citizens of Pyongyang are often restricted to only 2 to 3 hours of electricity a day. So the decision to operate Kaesong Youth Park exclusively
it's my loot. You can't have it.
or at
It's
least
mine.
bring foreign tourists there at that time does
Oh
seem
God,
to
what is
be
this? Dear company, I hope this email finds you well. I've been instructed to email you by the ringleader of the carnival about your unethical behavior. Oh no, can you imagine some poor fucking intern reading that?
To hide their energy
Oh?
trails. In any case,
What does that
beyond just
mean?
renovating existing parks,
The who?
the early 2010s also
They're gonna think
saw
you're
the
talking about like
first
Insane
new
Clown
parks
Posse or
since
some
the
shit.
80s being opened in the country. In
Oh.
2012, Pyongyang opened Rungra People's Pleasure Ground in a ceremony
I think I've heard of this
attended
one.
by Kim Jong-un himself.
Also, look at the hold on.
by-
Look at the old man behind him between them two. In the back with the baggy, almost like silk-esque suit. Sir, please. You're wearing like your son's suit, who's also like 2 feet taller than you and a foot wider than you. They look like pajamas. They do look like pajamas, but I can see the leg crease on them.
As always, crowds of admirers. Or maybe just
What you doing,
really
Ardeen?
hardcore theme park fans.
What you doing over there?
Located
What you doing with all
only
that money?
1 kilometer from Kaesong Youth Park, this park is located on Rungra Island, a small island in the middle of
that's
the
why it's called
Taedong
Rungra.
River that runs through the capital. An island which also contains
Oh.
the gigantic 1st of May Stadium, the former largest stadium in the world. A
Wait,
fact
what?
that,
Oh,
unlike
former.
most things in North Korea, is actually true. Rungra People's Pleasure Ground was built before Kaesong's renovations, the first in this new era of North Korean parks. Also including rides exclusively
They just closed random
manufactured
citizens
by
for that photo. There are no
Seoul Park,
undershirts
swinging
other
chairs,
than tank
bumper
tops.
cars.
Yeah.
Hello again, Kwansong Tansha. Nice to see you. Actually, the Wild Mouse coaster is slightly different from the ones before it, now being about 30 years more recent. A modern spinning version with these wider 4-person cars, similar to the former
I don't like the
Primeval
faces
World
on
of
those.
Disney's Animal Kingdom.
People who
This
like,
ride
companies need to
seems
stop
be
putting
the
faces on their
exact same
coasters because
model
they're kind of
as
scary.
Galaxy Spin at Fun Spot America and Sidewinder Safari at Six Flags Discovery Kingdom. Rungra is home to a hedge maze, and the park also contains a video arcade with a variety of machines. some
I love
old
motorcycle
Sega
racing games.
and some more modern. The construction on Rungra
I
Island
love
in
motorcycle racing
2012
games so
was
much.
part of a broader project
With all
to
the gold
build
I
a
stole, give me the
whole
gold. At least
recreation
half of it,
area
Ordain.
next
If
to
you
the
stole my
stadium.
my
And
gold,
so
I'm gonna be
next to the
upset.
park,
I don't have a lot of
indoor
gold.
dolphinarium
I have a gold
is
coin, and I'm pretty sure
where
it's actually a
visitors can
chocolate
watch
coin.
a dolphin show.
I'm just
There's
too scared to
also
check
a
because it's like
small
6 years
water
old, and I think when I
park with a
open it, it's
diving
gonna be
pool,
green.
a main pool, and a handful of tube-based
Why is the
slides.
bottom of that
This
pool
water
so fucking
park is
dark?
clearly operated seasonally, as satellite images from the winter months show the pools completely drained. But unlike the one at Mainland Bay Funfair, in the summer it does appear to be operational. Water parks seem to have been the new interest
It wasn't your
of Kim
gold?
Jong-un
Okay, then can I
around
have
this
some?
time, as the following year,
Can't believe our
the
fishing
country
gold's been
opened
stolen, so
its
that's where it
most
goes each month? I
expansive
guess so.
water
I guess
park
that's what the
to date,
reset button
the
does.
Munsu Water Park,
I guess it just kind of
located
flushes all
across
that
the
gold
bridge
down the
from
drain
Runra
straight to
People's
where
Pleasure
Ordain
Ground.
lives.
Munsu Water
Yay,
Park
gold.
took the place of the older
I'll give you an
Munsu Funfair,
emote in
yet
exchange.
another
I'll give you the
park
crime
opened
brulee
the
emotes.
same year as Quezon Youth
You want the
Park.
crime brulee
Munsu
emotes?
Funfair was much simpler than the other parks of the era, containing only simple flat rides and a few water slides, and not much is known about it. But satellite
This weird
images
green on
show
one
that it
side,
was
other side is just
entirely
bloomed
demolished
chocolate. What
to
is
make way
bloomed?
for this new water park. Munsu Water Park contains both an indoor and outdoor section,
Ooh.
and is probably one of the most
That indoor doesn't
interesting
look very
parts,
big.
as it's the first example of the country moving away from the Soviet-style amusement parks towards a more modern design. The outdoor section
Define Soviet-style amusement parks. What is the Soviet-style amusement park? Is it like ocean of concrete with just rides sprinkled here and there with just tons of empty space? Is that the Soviet style of amusement park?
takes its design from many of the modern Wet n Wild style parks that had been emerging
Oh
since
God,
the
Wet n Wild.
1980s in the rest of the world.
Abusement, yes, abusement. Welcome to the Dark Carnival abusement park.
Encircling it. Dotted around are multiple other plunge pools,
Fun,
containing
mandatory.
numerous body and tube
Correct.
slides, including a few with
Loads gun,
design.
smile,
There
Chad.
are multiple tool
Smile.
racing slides, as well as a few kids areas.
No, I'm a
and
little more partial to like
traditional range
NH2O,
pool and a platform
Hurricane
diving
Harp.
pool. But
Ooh,
what piqued
diving
my interest
platforms.
for this place is that the wave pool
I've never
has
actually
the
got to go off
first
any of those
signs
diving
in the
platforms
country
before.
of
Never been to a place
theming.
that had 'em.
There's not much theming, but the pool is shrouded in large rock spires, and behind them, snow-capped mountains. In the park's indoor section,
I don't know if that wave
there
pool
are
was filled
another
up all the way.
collection of slides, pools,
Can
a
double as
second
an inventory
small wave
carrier.
machine, and a jacuzzi, housed under 3 large glass
Hold on.
Enjoy the show.
Spooky Cat Kevin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Can you imagine just can you imagine like a Soviet infantry platoon rolling up to a fight, but they're like rolling up in like the fucking roller coaster cars? No uppies, Ordain. Gold first, and then you can have uppies. Can double as an infantry carrier. God, now I'm just imagining them pulling up with like there's like 6 people shoved in like the little mouse roller coaster.
This is
And over the gold first,
undoubtedly
Ordain.
the most modern-looking leisure place
Send in the
North
Minnie Mouse
Korea.
squad.
It's also one of the
Christ.
places that
No,
might
Tommy, you're
look
not getting
most
uppies. You're too.
familiar,
Oh my
as
God,
it was a
watching kids not know.
location
Hold on.
of several-
Hold on.
This is undoubtedly the most modern-looking leisure place in North Korea. It's also one of the places that might.
Kids not knowing how to dive is the funniest fucking thing, you guys. Hold on. Look at this person. This person definitely. So I can tell by the way he's postured. So when I was in both like middle school and high school, every day of the summer I would spend my time at the local pool. So I was there nearly every day. I could not tell you how many times I taught people how to swim and then taught them how to dive. To the dismay of the pool owner, because they actually would like, they would have swim lessons that people would have to pay for. They hated me. Anytime they caught me like teaching somebody how to swim or anything, they would get mad at me and tell me to stop. I would just go to another part of the pool and keep doing it. But how many times I would try to teach kids to dive and they would do shit like this? Like, I'm pretty sure this is a grown man wearing a swim cap. And I can tell you exactly what... Okay. I'm pretty sure he looks like he jumped off the taller one, like the upper middle section. He did like the lean as if he was going to go head first. And then got scared and then basically just stepped off the edge. So now you just get this hunched drop into the water. Same thing with, give it a second. This next kid. See how the kid goes like he's gonna dive? He thinks he's going for it, and then he chickens out and doesn't keep leaning. So when his feet leave it and he doesn't keep tilting, he just goes straight, like, belly first. Just thud. That hurt. I promise you, that hurt. Say goodnight and see you tomorrow. Have a good night, Pray. Thank you for hanging out. His feet hurt after that. Your feet are usually pretty resilient. Pretty resilient.
Familiar, as it was a location that several YouTube vloggers were taken to several years ago.
Oh,
the last of the major parks in Pyongyang that I want to talk
I like those balloons too.
actually opened the year before.
Ordain, are you okay? why are y'all face down? What happens? Is that how you dive? Or is that how you dive, Ordain? Do I need to teach y'all how to dive too? Is that what this is going to be? And at some point, am I going to have to make like a secret channel where I just upload how to dive for idiots 101? Why are y'all all face down? Why are y'all all dead? I'm scared. What do you mean you're scared? Let me out. I'm telling you I didn't kill them. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. I only got 1 diploma for swimming. Diploma? Diploma? What do you mean diploma? What do you do with the diploma? Secret carnival content? Listen, it'd be fun, okay? Should have worn my water wings. Tommy, can you not swim either? Is there something to do with people that live in up north that they just like don't know how to swim? My fucking pancakes! Keyshawn, no! Yeah, you need to get a diploma as a child here for swimming. Interesting. Huh. Was it like a school thing to like prove that like your child knew how to swim? So you could go on like field trips or something? A, B, C, and D diplomas? What does that mean? Interesting. Was it like, did you have to like bring it for like water parks or something? On ground level or below? Thank you very much. I mean, you can also dive from the side of a pool. That's usually where I would teach kids how to dive. Because it's easier to learn to dive from the edge of the pool than it is to, but I live in a landlocked state, so there's still pools in landlocked states, dingus. I got the F diploma, put me near water, let's just drown. Pulls out like sippy cup of water, places it on, or like a little paper cup of water, places it on table, and then just watch Kevin just flail on the fucking tabletop. Black House lives to learn swim or drown when they threw you in. Listen, Keyshawn, there is a thing. There is a thing too. And I learned this only because I worked and was a manager for a water park. Unfortunately, notoriously worse off neighborhoods, like poorer neighborhoods, and especially black neighborhoods, have a lower percentage of knowing how to swim. I cannot tell you how many people would come to the water park and not know how to swim. Sure, most of the water park is only like 4 feet deep at its deepest, maybe 5. But people would like, it's totally fine if they're walking around or anything, but I can't tell you how many times I would see people come out of the water slide, like a body slide. They would hit the pool at the ends and they would just flail. They would just freak out. They just lose their goddamn mind. And like they wouldn't think to stand up. They wouldn't like do anything. They would just sit there and flail. And it blew my mind to find out that because of how affordable our amusement park was and where its like location was, we ended up with like the poorer neighborhoods with so many people that like didn't learn to swim in their childhood. Diploma is normal swimming. B, C are with clothes and more advanced forms of swimming. And I think D is rescue swimming. Interesting. Has A and B diploma? Huh. I guess other people probably just don't like go get like certified for like being able to swim in clothes, which is very funny. There was another thing I noticed when I worked at this water park. And I don't know if anybody else can answer me this. Why the hell do people wear socks to water parks? And no, I don't mean like skin tight swim shoes or anything like that. I mean straight up like socks. Like they're white knee socks and shit. To the pool. What are you looking at, Ordain? What you staring at? What's the deal? Monka S? Yeah, we had an issue with people coming in and would wear like full-size socks. I'm talking like tube socks. With my fluffy winter jacket getting my B diploma. Oh no. Don't want people to give that shit away for free. Oh no. So they don't give people dirty foot fungus on their feet? I mean, unless you're using like the showers, you're not going to get the foot fungus from the pool. The pool is chlorinated. They probably don't like sandals. Then get swim shoes. Like 19 years, took classes, never learned. I just sink like a rock. Simon. Everybody needs to learn how to swim. Come on.
But I wanted to save it because it's, in my opinion, the most interesting.
Ooh.
As well as the park in Rungra,
Ooh.
2012 brought the opening of the Pyongyang Folklore. The closest thing North
the fake
Korea
mountain?
had come to a true theme park. The theme? Well, North Korea, of course.
Naturally,
Pyongyang Folklore
as you
Park
do.
was built just a kilometer from the oldest park, Taesongsan Fun Fair, and didn't contain any rides, but was instead a model village. Visitors could tour miniature recreations of famous landmarks from
Okay, hold on.
model village. Visitors.
This is either going to be the house that the great leader was born in, or it's going to be, they're going to say that this was the like military shelter that I think it was young current leader Kim Jong-un like led the youth scouts in his youth. This is how bad it's gotten, Chad. This is how bad I've seen like North Korea shit. I know some of the lore of North Korea at this point. It's the toilets. It could be. We'll see.
Could tour miniature recreations of famous landmarks from the capital city, such as the Arch of Triumph, the Juche Tower, the Cholima statue, and the Ryugyong Hotel.
They really rebuilt a miniature version of the Ryugyong Hotel that is empty.
And was famously never finished. It's unclear if this miniature version was finished either. Honestly, I think
it's a 1 to 20 scale. It'll be fine.
Cool. And not just in a weird, decaying
the traditional dresses.
Cool,
that's so funny.
An actually interesting looking place. It reminds me a lot.
I can't stand being underwater for long, so you're not going to go diving with me then.
Used to exist in Thorpe Park in the UK. Next to the miniature area was a more standard folk village.
Oh,
a common tourist attraction in both North and South Korea.
A classic.
A mock-up of a traditional Korean village where employees perform for guests and teach them about Korean culture. So what's the catch? Well, you may have noticed that unlike the other parks, I've been referring to Pyongyang Folklore Park in the past tense. That's because this place is the only defunct park in North Korea. And
what?
It has
Wait, also hold on a second. Hold on.
Only
Yo, that's kind of a cool arch though. Give him credit where credit's due. That's a pretty cool arch. I like it.
Defunct park in North Korea, and it has
being underwater even surface makes it feel like my lungs are being crushed. Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Closure. Construction of the park was managed by Kim Jong-un's uncle, Jang Sung-thaek, who was alleged to have been the de facto leader of the country during Kim Jong-il's final years. In 2013, reports emerged that
executed
on the orders of Kim Jong-un after he'd been accused of treason and largely undermining Kim Jong-un.
Why?
Authority. After that, his image was removed from any public-facing places.
Let me guess, because people wanted there were some people that had like support for him that was like he should be the leader until he passes away, and then Kim Jong-un will be old enough to take over.
In 2016, just 3 years
I bet that's what their bid was. Leaving
only the pathways behind as evidence of its existence.
I hate when there's like political fucking nonsense where people just like, what is it, like scorch earth things that are like decent and or good simply for like the political reasons. Like, hey, wait a second, my uncle did this thing, bulldoze it, fuck it, as opposed to being like, hey, the people kind of like this place, it's a little fun getaway for people to go do that people may continue to enjoy. Nah. Losers.
Those are all the main parks of North Korea. But there are a few other places This time,
Pretty
actually
ladies hold up the heavens
outside of
ass arch.
Pyongyang,
Listen.
that I think deserve a mention because they do a good job of
I mean,
demonstrating.
there were historical locations and important landmarks. So like,
North Korea's second city is Hamhung on the east coast. Foreign
Ooh.
tourism in Hamhung is far more rare than it is in Pyongyang, but the Koryo Tours website does house a brief description of the area, along with photos.
What
from
could it
some of the
possibly be?
infrequent
What could the
trips.
tourism
And
hook of this
Hamhung
place be?
doesn't contain any roller coasters.
Youth
but
park.
It does house the Hamhung Youth Park.
That is a concrete boat. I know that boat's not real because I can see that it has a concrete sidewalk that goes down to it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
And while I couldn't find any photographs
I don't like it
of
one
the
little
rides
bit.
there, satellite imagery seems
Can I
to
get a
show
snooze
that
on
it
the
does
ad break?
have the same
Pretty
Cold
please.
War era flat rides that are so common in Pyongyang. Similarly, in the
Thank
city
you.
of Chongjin, there appear to be just 2 flat
Oh.
rides sitting in a park. It's unclear if any of these have ever operated. A small water park
they
exists in
ever?
the northeastern town of Rason. A
Well, it
port
definitely looks
town that
empty.
sits inside the Rason Special Economic Zone, an area where certain types of foreign trade not allowed in the
Special
rest of the
Economic
country are
Zone?
permitted. Mainly trade from Russia and China.
Ah,
and the East
okay.
Coast is also a home
Thank
to
you,
the
Sunstar.
Songdo-won International Children's Camp, a summer camp that was renovated in 2014.
Did that say International Children's Camp? What do you think? Do you think there's going to be anything more there than North Korean and Russian kids? Like, if I had a child, could I send my child to the North Korea children's camp? I'm sure that'll be fine, right?
To add its own water park, a place that
Oh.
invites children from around the world to visit and spend the summer in the spirit of international friendship.
Aw.
Children mostly from friendly nations to North
Ah,
Korea,
shit.
like Tanzania, Vietnam, and a large number from neighboring Russia. Lastly, in the northwest
of course,
the country,
of course.
there is an unknown amusement park in the town of Sinuju.
That's also the remains of a bridge. Why is the remains of a bridge
Sinuju
there?
sits right on the river that marks the international border between
Good
North
night,
Korea
Ording, and sleep
China,
well.
and faces the much larger Chinese city of Dandong. Dandong has become
Dandong.
a popular tourist
I
attraction.
like the name of like Chinese and Korean cities. Hamhung and Dandong.
And so, in what to me
Those are good
is
names.
clearly for show,
Those are better
the
names
amusement
than
park sits
Houston.
on the riverbank on the North Korean side, facing into China, with a Ferris wheel.
Me
and
hating on
water
Houston yet
slides
again.
visible. Although, as is
I
pointed
will
out
continue
by
to
many
hate on
visitors
Houston
to Dandong,
because they are stupid.
The Ferris wheel has never moved. There's
Never?
rarely, if ever, any signs of people actually visiting the unknown amusement park, and the whole place, alongside the giant apartment block that was built right next to it, looks
What the fuck is
completely
that?
abandoned. When I first set out to make this
Why?
video, one thing I
Why do
imagine
they
I'd be
half-ass these
saying
cool
when I
projects and
analyse
then
these
just leave them
places
barren?
is that these parks are
It's the
very
laziest
clearly
form of
just
propaganda.
tools of
You would
the
do better to
famous
finish
North
it and
Korean
move people
propaganda
into it and
places that are
show
only
off how
open
good
when
they are.
foreigners are around to sell this false
Show off
image
how
of
happy
something.
the people
It's true
inside
that the
are.
only locations of any source of amusement rides in
You're failing at propaganda! God damn it! At a guess, bitch, we're broke? Yeah, but when you have like multiple mega projects that like you only half-assed, when there's multiple of them, instead of just being like, you know what, we're actually gonna finish this one. You could do it. You could fucking do it. But they give up completely. Too poor to propagandize properly? I guess. You can only half-ass propaganda. Either that, or I'd hate to say it, I hope to God this isn't the case. They're either uneducated enough that they think it actually is good enough. You get a propaganda at these pants grab. How about you get a propaganda at these titties, motherfucker? Haha. I win. I win. Anyway.
Korea are in places that are visible to foreigners. And there are multiple accounts from foreigners on visits to places like Mangyongdae Fun Fair who talk about spotting
So they're not getting a
busloads of
propaganda?
locals
Correct.
being herded
You are
into
not
the
immune to
park
propaganda.
just ahead of them in an apparent
I don't
attempt to
know,
make the
chat.
place
Hold on.
look
I don't know, chat. If you lived across the way and you could see a gigantic apartment complex that looked like a giant red circle, and you could see people on their balconies having a good time, maybe having a smoke, doing something, and you could see them going about on the street and stuff, would you not think that that apartment complex is probably pretty cool? Would you not think that it may be dandy to like live there or something? If you saw a really cool looking apartment building and a bunch of people inside of it having a grand old time living there, I think that would be better propaganda than just it being a concrete shell. An empty building is not good propaganda. It's lazy propaganda and easily falls apart at the tiniest of scrutiny. The claw.
This is a satellite image of Taesongsan Fun Fair in 2023, and this is another one of Kaesong Youth Park in 2024. In both of these images, we can see people inside the parks, and that's important.
The shadows of people.
These images were taken at a time when foreign tourists were not allowed into the country. So these must be locals visiting the place for real. The Taesongsan image in particular
it isn't just used for propaganda.
Because it gives you a much better idea of the crowd management.
Why did they make Japanese red dot? What do you mean?
There is none. It's overly simplistic to just dismiss North Korean amusement parks as fake. What they tell you about the
apartment complex being a big red dot?
More complicated. One thing that's very noticeable to me is just how close together.
See, look at these. I like these little carts. Look at them go.
Smaller parks outside
the giant red circle apartment.
But every single significant one is situated within about 10 kilometers of one another, all within the bounds of Pyongyang. Of course, this isn't all that confusing when you understand the structure of North Korean society. It's generally accepted that North Korea's capital is home only to the most privileged in the country. It's here where all of North Korea's wealth is concentrated, and that can be seen through
and yet they still won't finish the hotel.
Have access to better roads, better schools, better housing, and
how good are the schools?
Better amusement parks.
How good are the schools?
You can argue
Be
that
honest.
this is true for many other countries as well. Lots of places have problems
I love these little boat
wealth
swings.
Concentration. But unlike those other countries,
oh, thank you, Adeptus. How are you doing?
Can't just move to Pyongyang for better opportunities. You have to have permission to do so.
Yeah, technically China has the same thing. There's actually classes of cities.
To the ruling party and the Kim regime. 25% of North Korea's population are estimated to be official party members. But in Pyongyang, this number is 99%.
Yeah, the Japanese flag apartment building, the big red dot, yeah.
Freely visit Pyongyang either, as freedom of movement within the country is
I think if you told them that it looked like the Japanese flag, I bet they'd fucking tear the place down.
60% of its citizens live
I bet they would tear the place down.
North Korea's amusement parks are not.
Oh, that kind of looks like the Japanese flag. Just immediately brings in just dynamite in a bulldozer.
These places were built during that late 70s, early 80s era, when North Korea was
isn't
still
saying
being
much.
propped up by the Soviet Union. And so that's
I mean, there's a lot of US states that are pretty much like that.
But after the collapse of the Soviet
Georgia,
Union
Atlanta,
and the
done.
decades of economic turmoil for North Korea, these parks are still sitting in the country just as they were when they were built. Just as so much of the country's infrastructure in general is trapped in the past. And when the renovations and new parks
the apartments look very
2012, well,
bare bones
again,
Soviet. I couldn't even call it
exclusively
brutalism
happened
necessarily.
to the ones in the capital, and one location specifically designed with foreigners in mind.
Remember, kids, if you're going down a water slide, all you want touching the slide is your shoulder blades and the bottom of your back.
The other point,
or at least just your butt. Less surface area for more speed.
Is just how difficult it is to find any reliable information on what they're actually like.
Oh, that's how it works.
Anything in the country is heavily restricted and poisoned by government propaganda. But also outside of the country,
typical. Zoe Baskerville, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Is it Zoe or Zoe?
It would be way
I figured it's Zoe.
to make a video.
I mean, financially, like 7 states carry the rest of the country. Also true.
To get as close as possible to the truth.
And only one of them is a red state, and it's Texas.
Is not really a thing that exists when you're talking about North Korea. Finding out
Andy,
what's
Zoe,
really
totally
going
fine.
on in such a secret nation is a nearly impossible task. And that secrecy
what the fuck is that supposed to be an octopus?
Including their amusement
parks. I think it's supposed to be an octopus, but it's like missing most of its central mass.
And what do you think they say about the country as a whole? I hope you don't mind the more serious tone this video took towards the end. North Korea is such a deeply complex topic, but that's what makes it so fascinating to me. But more typical topics and some more lighthearted
Is it controlled by the billionaires? Totally. Totally not by oil barons.
Please consider subscribing, as more videos about the world of theme parks are coming in the future.
More theme parks!
I'll see you next time.
Major cities have turned blue in recent years. It's Texas for the longest time has always been about a 50-50 shake. It's just usually that it's because the thing that's like annoying with most part when it comes to elections, it's the same thing with California, if you didn't know that. California actually also has about a 50-50 split. It's the downside, though, that every election cycle, when like shit comes around, everybody's always like, California is a blue state, Texas is a red state. And the opposing parties in both of those states are just like, it's not, my vote's not going to change anything. So it's not going to be that big of a deal if I don't go vote. But, you know, shit happens. Shit happens. But that is pretty much going to be it today, you guys. We are going to be back tomorrow for more yapping. I promise you we will have more of a plan. And by more of a plan, of course, I mean, maybe food videos? Maybe? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark. But let me see who is live. Nim's doing gotcha games. Dovsky is just says I've returned. Im is getting lost in the sauce with Mibble Ribble. But Benny's doing DBD. Jane's doing Repo. Schmuck. Oh my god, everybody's doing so much Mibble Ribble. Booby Queen is doing Schedule 1. All right, chat. Do you want Mibble Ribble, aka Marvel Rivals, or do you want drugs? Would you like drugs? What would be the verdict? They gotta see them white woman thighs? Oh my god. That's on Discord. Go look on Discord. Drugs. Okay. We are gonna read Booby Queen. Oh god, she has a Skrunkle model. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Let's see. What do we want to do for a raid message? Sunstar, you already know my thighs are in the Discord. But let me see here. What do we do for a raid message? No, I know what we need. We need the arrive. Am I allowed to just put like, you got that good kush? It's just, you got that good kush? How good could it be? You bought it at a motel room. Yeah, I want that to be the raid message. Please, chat. Please, will you do it for me? If you don't have my arrive emote, anybody's arrive emote works well enough. But I will be back tomorrow, noon CST. If you aren't part of the Discord, I highly do recommend joining it. That is probably the best place for you to get direct notifications if you want to catch a stream. Got that good kush, got that good kush. But until next time, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. Good night, guys.